thing for numbers. I like to play with them. I've got a thing for numbers and I like to play with them. It's called maths. Maths. It's called maths. Maths. It's called maths. It's called maths. I like numbers. I like things I can do with them. I like numbers. I like things I can do with them. I like numbers. I like numbers. I like things I can do with them. I like numbers. I like numbers. I like the things I can do with them. It's called maths. It's called maths. It's called maths. Maths. It's called maths. Maths. Got a thing for numbers. I like to play with them. I've got a thing for numbers and I like to play with them. It's called maths. Maths. It's called maths. Maths. It's called maths. It's called maths. I like numbers. I like things I can do with them. I like numbers. I like things I can do with them. I like numbers. I like numbers. I like the things I can do with them. I like numbers. I like numbers. I like the things I can do with them. It's called maths. It's called maths. It's called maths. Maths. It's called maths. Maths. All the numbers. All the pretty little numbers. I like them all, the numbers, all the pretty little numbers. I like the numbers. It's called maths. Yes, maths. It's called maths. You know it's maths, yeah. It's called maths. It's called maths. Called maths. It's called maths. It's called maths.
Crikey, what a schmozzle. G'day, you mob. What's going on? How's it going, everyone? Thanks, Candy and Bentley, for swinging some folks this way. How are we? What the devil? I think I already said those two things, didn't I? Crikey, bunch of people already waiting. Mriddle, sorry. What's the devil's going on up there? Everything. Bucket of kudos in the post to you, Mriddle. You knew what you're in for when you showed up first. Perth Cichlids. G'day, Jace. How's it going, mate? Good to see you again. You're early this time. How bizarre. Mary Page, how are you, love? Good to see you. Skippers, Aquariums, how are you, Skip? Thanks for popping by. Jeff Buttersworth, hello to you, sir. Welcome. Courtney Johnson, hello, Courtney. How are you? Welcome aboard. I believe you two kids are new names that I'm not familiar with, so welcome. Geek Boy, welcome back. Zen Ginger. How are you, Zenny? Good to see you. How's it going? Yes, I thought I'd open the show this week with a fan favourite. I often get requests to play the old maths song. I hope Joel G was here to hear it, because I think he's the strongest requester of said tune. If not, I'm sure he'll catch the replay. Steel Angus, how's it going? I like that name. It's a strong name. And welcome. I'm not sure if we had Steel Angus in before. If not, welcome aboard. If so, welcome back. Dan Slee, g'day Dan Slee. How are you, Dan the man? For those that are not aware, Dan Slee is in fact the man. Just so everyone knows. Mickham, how's it going? Oh, Joel G is here because my chat just jumped right down to Joel G. Hey, I did finally I sent StreamYard a message about why the chat jumps. And they didn't reply. Normally they reply like in a couple of minutes, hours and tops. But bloody hell, they didn't even respond this time. What is their caper? Chevy Fish. Oh, Chevy Fish in and out. Hi and bye to Chevy Fish. Zip Gun, hello to you. Oh, welcome. Willkommen bitte. No, hang on. It'll do. It'll do for now. How are you, Joel G? I hope you heard the maths. Maths in capital letters, I assume that means yes. Jonathan Ho, hello from Hawaii. Aloha. And mahalo, sir. Welcome. Very handsome haircut. I don't have a haircut. I just moved it about on my head in different directions. I'll sort that out for you shortly, Joel, because I don't know if I can do an entire stream with that hairdo. There we go. Now I'm Robert Smith, circa 1994. A little bit less black than he used to have his. Let's just go with that. Whew. 17 or 19 hairdos coming for this stream. Jesse, g'day mate. How's it going? Rather long drive. I had a rather long shop with my mum in town this morning. My God, there's so many random humans in my town. And it was a wee bit chaotic. But, you know, we make do. We pushed through. We got there. We got home. We lived. We survived. Ah, oh, Punchy Paints. How are you, Pam? Apparently Sarah's had a bag of them at her house for me for some time. And I went to buy some at the supermarket the other day because kind of got tired of waiting, but you know, you pay like $6 here for 30 hairbands. Crikey. Not cool. Not cool. One by no, we're past that, Mickham. we went to the butcher shop that used to have the limit of 3 people in the store. They had the sign of that on their windows. And yeah, they've taken that sign down. And when we went into the butcher, it was basically shoulder to shoulder with other humans. We are kind of, where I am, we're fairly isolated from major populations anyway, so we're fairly safe depending on how many tourists are coming up from the big smoke. Dirty old farmhand 3 likes his cat. It's good to know. Good to know. If you didn't like your cat, it probably wouldn't be your cat, I guess. Did I see? I didn't see Craig Broderick, did I? It's a bummer. I had a particular beverage for Craig Broderick. But yeah, we can, it's up to the individual's choice whether they want to use a mask. But yeah, it does seem quite foolish that some people go into the shops with their entire family. If they didn't do that, the shops would be a little bit less crowded. People could get on with their stuff and get it done. Not 15 minutes in yet. Can't start swearing yet. So yeah, that's a thing that it's entirely up to the individuals here how they protect themselves and their fellow humans, which is kind of a little bit unfortunate because there's a lot of arrogant, rich, wankery kind of people here in this area. I've got a thing in my throat. So what's been going on in everyone's world? What's the you Hawaiian humans that are in here? What's the winter in Hawaii like? Because Hawaii's still north of the equator, yeah? I don't have my globe nearby. But that's northern hemisphere, yeah. So you're approaching winter, but I'm kind of imagining that you've got a fairly tropical winter in the Hawaii. Hawaii! Oh, it does get cold. I know. I stand corrected. Mask mandate in stores and bars, plus maximum 4 people. Yeah, right. Yeah, and then you've got that what's that? There's some mutated strain coming out of the UK, I believe it was. And yeah, some of that strain has showed up in New South Wales. Yes, right. I see Jesse was potentially making a funny. Super cold indeed. Super cold, like 75. Yeah, maybe down to 72. Wetter weather and bigger surf. Well, that'd be the good time to go there then. Since most people go to Hawaii for surfing, don't they? Not anymore. Used to be. Yeah, where? I always forget where you are, Mickham. Is it Sweden or Norway? It's somewhere up there, isn't it? Some oh, that was a rough one. Scandinavian type country, isn't it? Interesting, zip gun. Yeah, that's what do you call it? Convergent evolution, is it? Evolving the same stuff in a different place. Lots of that stuff goes on, so I suppose it can happen with viruses and whatnot as well. Down to 65 once, Jesse, right. Super cold. Not really, Jace. I don't have a busy Christmas except that on the Christmas Day, I have to drive to a separate location where we're doing Christmas lunch at my niece's house, which is kind of a bummer, but it's also kind of choice. Yes, I thought you were Sweden, Mickham. Oh, black nasties. I love black nasties. G'day, Brad. Congrats on your win and nice work on handing it over to Candy. Very, very kind of you, sir. What was I saying? I've already forgotten. His pair of socks, his one and only pair. Crikey, totally lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh, Jace, that's right. Travelling to Lismore. It's about an hour away. Pros, don't have to clean up. Don't have to prepare food. Cons, have to remain relatively sober for most of the day, I guess. But, you know, if I put my teenage boy pants on and whinge and go, oh, could we go home now? We just go, nah, we won't. I will completely leave it up to my mother and father when we go home. It's their day. I'll try and be a little bit less selfish that day. I said try. But apart from that, then I guess the rest of the time will just be chilling around and home. Watching some cricket, maybe. Boxing Day cricket's always good. And then next Wednesday, day of stream, I believe, if I looked at a calendar, I might have to look at a calendar to confirm it. But I have a strange feeling. Where do I find a calendar on this thing? I have a strange feeling that next Wednesday may well be the 30th of December. I don't even know where the calendar is on my telephone. There it is. I found it. December. Why doesn't it just show me a full calendar instead of stuff that's on? Can you show me all of December? Yes, next Wednesday. I suppose I could have just added 7, couldn't I, to today's date and got it. But yes, next Wednesday being the 30th of December, thank you, Riddle and Punchy, will be my birthday. If I can't do maths involving 7s, I can't do maths to work out how old I am. I think I'm 46 this year. I think. Someone else can do that maths. Man, what I'd give for 5 degrees Celsius. Although today isn't too bad. Thanks, Myrtle. The birthday bottle stream. Maybe. That's a good idea. Good name. Good name at least. Yeah, very, very windy day today here. It's quite hot. But the wind certainly takes the edge off the heat. Oh, congrats, Brad. Happy early birthday to you also. 4 days later, what's that make you? 3rd of Jan. A new year boy. 42. At least you got a nice dry heat over there, don't you, Jace, though? It's the humidity that knocks you around over here. It can be like 36 degrees and massive humidity, and just, yeah, that's the bit that kills me the most. I'm sorry, Streety. Hello, Streety. Sorry if you received half the presents. Is that a reference to birthday and Xmas being so close together? If it is, absolutely right. You certainly suffer. I always thought it was weird that I got like a nice big Christmas present, but not much for a birthday present. I would always have considered birthdays to be a bigger prezi than Christmas. But anyway, lots of the time it was what do you call it? A combination type thing. G'day, P and J Cole. P or J, whichever one we got. Yeah. Oh, and Pam, speaking of birthday bottles. P. Right, g'day, P. How's it going, P? Half birthdays with pool parties. Well, I'm glad you cleared that up, Streety. Where's Craig Broderick? Miss Cragos when he's not here, especially when I'm busting out a VB. I don't know if I'm getting the sun is my favourite thing though, Mickham. I do actually want to experience at some stage in my life those relatively short days. Oh crap! I do prep, don't I? Can go away from there. Go back over here. And fingers crossed. Scheiß. Scheißen Wassen. Let us. I'm doing 17 things at once. It's the best way to buy it, Joel. Anyway, sorry. I've got to maybe, I think, push this button, connect the dots. Oh, and then do this.
Oh, the applause. It's getting bigger. That's good. Oh. Yeah. What's up, buddy?
That's my technical advancement of moving the speaker closer to the microphone. Science.
Technologically just crushing it.
So, hi. How are you, mate? I've just got to pour a beer while I say hi and stuff.
Understandable. I forgot to open up your chat here. Hello. I'm pushing buttons. Come on now.
Perth Cichlid says Blacky is looking more and more like Joel every week. Don't wish that on Joel. Goodness, he's already pretty enough. Doesn't make comparisons. Me. Here we go.
Let's see. Who's all up in the chat here? Oh my God, Punchy Paints, what's up? I see Punchy. Oh, what's going on? Oh man, he just left. He abandoned us.
Well, I don't have to do anything now. You're here. I can just sit here and drink.
What's happening today? What's going on? What are you doing?
Oh, did the shops. Did the sweats.
You hit the shops today and the sweats?
What? Yeah. That's just because it's hot,
Oh, yeah, because it's just
goes hand in hand.
Savagely hot there.
Yeah, well, it's quite hot, but it is quite windy as well. So I speculate that we will have a rather fierce storm this evening, as is usually the case.
Is there a storm brewing?
It certainly feels that way, and we've had this really interesting run of weather because it's been so dry here for the last 12 months, and then we've had, massive amounts of rain. Like we'll have 2 or 3 days of rain, and then a very hot, humid day, of course, because the ground's soaking up some water, and then the storms will start. So we get into this cycle. Mm-hmm. Where we have a storm in the evening, by morning, super sunny and hot, and then that brews us up another storm. So we're in that sort of cycle at the moment where by the time the sun's starting to go down, we get brutal lightning and a bit of heavy rain.
We had 3 inches of rain yesterday. I don't know how many centimeters that is. Like
3 inches. Oh,
7 or 8 or 9 centimeters of rain.
Closer to 9, I think.
Yeah, like 9.
2.54 times 3. So yeah, about 8.5, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
I did start I started the show today with my my song called Maths, and ever since then I've been struggling with maths. Oh yeah, we call it maths down here. We pop an S on the end of it. You guys just call it math.
Yeah, it's not pluralized.
Yeah,
we don't go plurals here.
you're just doing one of them.
We're non-plus.
Non-plus. Donald Fish Vibes. G'day, Donald. Long time no see. Fish Tank Barn. Mike also. It has been a while, apart from about 27 minutes ago in Bentley's chat. Gaffer Haynes, how are you, mate? And anyone else that I accidentally missed while I was preparing my Victoria bitter.
A victorious beer. Nice work.
Or as
so it rained like 3 inches yesterday, and then it was windy, and then it started snowing in the evening.
Oh, wow. I still haven't
snowing and was just cold. And
I've in my 45 1 week away from 46 years on the planet, I've still not even witnessed the snow.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Well, it's like
come
like
close.
what you'd expect. It's like cold out. And there's lots of frozen, fluffy water all around. I think the thing that would get you is the whiteness when everything's like white out like that. Like if you've never seen it before, like that's weird. And the big thing that's really weird, I think that impresses people is how quiet it is when all that snow comes down.
Is it just because it's a good sound insulator or something?
It's super quiet. It gets super quiet. Like people aren't moving around going bananas, like they aren't out in their motorboat, going wild. So there's that. The animals kind of hunker down, so it gets real quiet. And it's an insulator too. Yeah, so that would also contribute, I'm sure.
Southwark Bitter. I've not even heard of that, Gaffer. Is that one of your South Australia specials? I don't think I've even seen it in the bottle shops up here. Interesting. And Joel G asking me if I've ever been overseas. Once. I've only been to Fiji. Is the only place I've been. But yes, I have been out of New South Wales as well. I've been to Queensland and Victoria.
Oh, there you go. World traveler, the globetrotter.
Really, when I say it out loud that I've been to 2 other states other than my own state and 1 other country, yeah, I'm not really much of a traveler, am I? But it's not one of my priorities in life. South Australia staple. So it's a regularly seen beer down there. Maybe they don't make enough of it to share around, Gaffer.
Well, maybe not. Maybe the Southerners just drinking it up.
Yeah. Don't give anyone else a chance.
Can't even get any on the truck. Yeah.
Maybe there's someone down there like Joel G's uncle.
Can we trust them? I don't know.
Who can tell? I'm sure there'd be 1 out of 3 might be a trustworthy individual.
That sounds about right. 33%.
It's a fairly standard human ratio, I think.
Maths.
So it's just Southwark or Southwark.
Wait,
Interesting.
is that how you say it?
Well, Gaffer says the W is silent.
Oh, okay.
Like Newark. Oh no, you kind of say that one, don't you? Don't worry about my comparison because it's not right.
It doesn't matter. We get it. The reality is like we're not from there, so we can never say it correctly, even if we do say it correctly. You ever notice that? You ever notice that when you meet somebody that's like Welsh and they'll tell you like their thing or something, and then you'll like repeat it back, and they're like, no, that's not right. And then you go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Eventually you get it. The reality is you eventually get it, but they still hang on with the like, no, you're not saying it right, And you're like, this clearly is a conspiracy just to screw with people not from your area, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and I mean, you picked a perfect highlight, really, didn't you, with the Welsh, because they've certainly got some very interesting spellings and ways of saying things.
Yeah, and they just have like a ton of letters that they have like 8 letters, but they have 20 of 8 letters, like on those little what's that? Scrabble? Is it Scrabble? Is that the game? You get the little letter tiles. So they throw all those letter tiles into a hat, but they only have 8 of the letters, and then they just shake them up, and then they roll them all out on the table, and then they go, "That's the word now."
Yeah,
And you're like, "This is 900 letters that doesn't make any sense." Yeah.
yeah, that's full tilt. There's some of their names and some of the New Zealand ones as well. Don't they have? New Zealand has the longest place name on the planet, and it's
Oh, I think it
Joel,
does.
yeah,
I saw
Joel
some very
Jeffers.
courteous New Zealander, Kiwi, who's standing in front of the sign, and then he was politely reading it out loud, like walking down as he was reading the name of it. Which clearly, like that can't be the, you know what I mean? Like that's not the real name. That's literally somebody just going like, "We're gonna have the longest name,
Yeah, just to mess with tourists.
and then people are gonna visit our town." And you're like, is that really the feature that you need to bring to the table?
G'day,
Let
Jim.
me find a
Craig
picture
Burke.
of the town I want to move to. And
Cheers, Craig. Got a VB for you, mate. You thought it was Australia that had the longest name? No, it's that Waddy Putty Fitty Putty Tuddy Juddy Berry Tata.
not.
There we go. Oh my god.
what?
Does it Joel G, does that translate to something in English? Because I'm assuming it's in the Maori tongue.
Did he post it? I didn't see it in the chat.
I've popped it on screen.
Oh, you did? Oh, I'm not a good guest. Oh, there it is. It's
Ta umata wakatangi hanga koa awa wa tamatea pokai wenua kitana tau.
you said
I probably didn't, I think that was quite accurate.
it's probably actually it's probably true with the burp included. That's probably part of
Yeah. The burp's like an umlaut.
it. Yes.
Hopefully
Which
everyone
umlaut
knows.
is it? Is it the frontwards or the backwards one?
That I don't know. Clearly, I don't even say umlaut properly. Is the T silent?
Huh?
Is the T silent?
Yeah.
In
I
umlaut?
thought the E was silent.
Oh, there's an E. I thought it was just umlaut.
Why is it every time I'm on your live stream, somebody asks me if I'm going to Peru? It's weird.
I don't know. Maybe just because you roll with that mob, they just expect that you'd be jumping on.
Is somebody advertising that they're going to Peru or something? Is that what's going on? Because there's a coronavirus. I'm not going anywhere. Like
Wouldn't
Peru.
if
Maybe
Kobe was going, wouldn't he be talking about it on his streams and videos and stuff?
who, Corey?
Yeah. What did I call him? Kobe or something? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, if he was going, I would assume that he was talking about it, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't watch his live streams or any of that stuff.
I don't either. You get too lost in it.
Well, I mean, I'm like there, I go there for work,
Yeah.
It'd be like if you worked at the library and then you were watching YouTube videos about the actual library that you work at, right? With your coworkers, right? And you'd be like, "Yeah, I know that guy."
I
It's
like that.
it's in this video. Look at that. Yeah.
I like that analogy. That's good. That's good.
I was trying to
Fakatane.
find a good picture. I don't understand. It's like the most picturesque town around, and I can't seem to find a good picture. Oh, here we go. This might.
The one in Wales or the one in New Zealand?
I was trying to find a picture of the town I want to move to, but it's
Local
just
to
not,
you then.
like I try to do an image search, and it's just not. It's not working. You know, like just nothing good is coming up. You know, it's like you get stage fright. You know what I mean? Like when you got to poop in front of a crowd of people. You know, there's all those people watching, and then you're like, I can't poop. I got stage fright. All these people are staring at me. You know?
Yeah. Can you just turn around and listen for a minute?
Yeah, and then the next thing you know, your Gigi Allen cover band is like it's a flop. Like no one even thinks it was good. You know, and you're like stage fright. You know, this happens to everybody.
You've raised an interesting point when you say
deep cuts. I'm sorry.
G.G. Allen cover band. I wonder how many of them are out there.
There's got to be at least one or two, right?
Yeah, surely there's enough people out there almost as crazy as G.G. Allen. He was a wild one, shall we say?
He was a wild child, that's for sure.
Quite. And yeah. you know, one of the things that I really enjoyed about the guy was when he picked someone out of his crowd to punch on with. He didn't care if they were the biggest dude in the room or the smallest dude in the room. He just went.
Uh-huh.
And he never seemed to get touched up too bad. Donald Fish vibes. It's been a fairly regular thing lately.
You kind of survive until you don't survive, right?
Hey,
so
that's
here's the picture of the town I want to move to. It's not even a good picture. It sucks.
Where's that? That doesn't look American.
Tis American.
Oh. Crikey, that's must be very old, is it? Or is it just inspired from
That's like the main street. That's the main street right there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like the shopping street. But I wanted to find I was trying to find like a good picture because like it snows in the winter there. Like so the summertime it's like super warm. Oh, here we go. This might work. This might do it. This might make sense.
See, I think with a bit of snow on that place, it'd look like a Christmas village.
Yeah. Media files. There we go. This one. So that's like kind of the same street.
Oh, hang on. Let me solo you up so we can see you better. Your picture better.
That's the street like with Christmas lights. Looking the other direction. I think that's the same street.
What's it called?
It's called Leavenworth.
Leavenworth.
Yeah.
But yeah, you wouldn't rouse on people for confusing that with a European town. Very, very
European vibe.
Very Netherlandy, or
it's like it has a European vibe, especially but with less bidets.
I'm sure we can fix that. We can sort that.
I can install some. Yeah, I installed one at Corey's new fish room.
They're the best.
Remote controlled bidet.
Remote control, even.
Yeah, you use a remote control and squirt yourself.
But does that like have like little arrow buttons so you can direct the squirt with the remote as well? God, there's some living out there, isn't there?
I think that it automatically targets you too.
Wow, it's got an eyeball. As long as the eyeball doesn't get browned over.
Oh,
A BMT.
Donald's Fish Vibes was saying, is this a planned event? Dr. Black and Corvus, is it weekly? Generally weekly. We do this America time Tuesday evening. I don't know what the hell's going on in Australia, but it's Tuesday evening in the U.S.
It's Wednesday, early in the afternoon in Australia.
Wednesday.
Or as some people call it, Wed.
Which normally, like, I have to work tomorrow, but it's holiday starting tomorrow. So I worked all day today. And then
So
holiday begins.
We can like do a deep dive 2-hour chat on the whole Mandalorian series today. Really keep everyone.
I mean, we normally go like 2 hours. It's normally like 9 o'clock by the time.
I think normally you mention that it's time to go to bed, and then I keep you chatting for another 10 to 12 minutes.
Well, I know how I am too, because I start to do the like, I gotta sound the alarm, like eventually I'm just gonna disappear, but we might as well talk about the other stuff that we forgot to talk about. Yeah. So I always try to, I mean, I can sacrifice a couple minutes of sleep. I've always been of that character, like I'm like, I'll just be tired or tomorrow. It's fine.
And do you do that thing after we finish the stream and like 10 minutes later and you go, oh, that's right, I was going to talk about that, or we should have gone down this pathway, and you think of 17 or 19 other things that we could have digressed upon?
Well, yeah, but that just is what it is. That's just the thing,
It's the nature of the beast.
It is the nature, yeah, it's for sure. All right. Should we do our Mandalorian talk? Should we do that early? We should probably do that early and give people a spoiler warning.
Sure,
right?
Why not?
Should we do that early while we're fresh?
Well, it depends. It depends, I guess, on how many of the folks here get, pissed off that we just start talking about Mandalorian and don't say anything else much. So
well, I don't know. I mean, it was the season finale, but
it was so much to go through and talk about.
Let's look through the chat here real quick. That poor robot, its only job was to shoot water at people's holes. Okay. Everyone, Mickey M says everyone is arm wrestling there. Some world championships. Streetwise says Leavenworth looks really cool. S says back in time. Steel Angus message retracted.
Oh, those always just make you curious as to what it actually said.
Yeah. What was it? Oh,
it's gonna leave a hole in my mind for about 42 seconds, I think.
At the very least. Punchy Paint says that looks like Red Lodge, Montana. It's kind of similar to Red Lodge, Montana, but Red Lodge is like a little grimier, like, if that makes sense. Like Red Lodge is like a little more like grimier and sandy and like more run down than Leavenworth. Geek Boy says looks like a Colorado mountain town. Yes, it is in the mountains. I think you're at like 3,500 feet elevation or something like that.
Crikey, and they've still got those big ones behind it.
Maybe you're a little bit less than 3,500 feet. Maybe it's 2,500 feet or whatever, but you're very close to the mountains and stuff. Yeah. I do want to move to Wyoming at some point in time, but I just don't think that Vicky and I can afford that at this point. But our long term is like Wyoming, but I don't know. All of the reasonable places to move to in Wyoming have gotten incredibly expensive during the pandemic because super rich people started buying up all of the ranches out there to run away from COVID.
From humans.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were like, "Oh, I could buy a ranch in Wyoming and do whatever I want while everyone else has to deal with the pandemic." So prices out there just skyrocketed. So, you know,
Isn't real estate just the most fickle of the industries?
it's a weird one. I mean, it's a weird one. It's fairly easy to predict, though. With some real like kind of base knowledge on, politically what's happening in the area, because a lot of the politics are the driving force of the economics in the area, right? What kind of improvements are going to be happening in the area, whether or not some developments are going to enter the area, that kind of stuff, livability, all that kind of things. You can get a pretty good idea of like where's a good spot to move to as far as the investment into property. That's like a really simplified way of putting it. And then if you're like me, you just buy, the place with the most potential, which means put the elbow grease in and fix it up so it doesn't suck anymore.
Yeah. Plus, I don't think it wouldn't really be fun to move into a place where you don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
A little bit of your own personal touch at the beginning.
It would. I will tell you this much: it would be nice to move into a modern home that was like just ready to go. You know what I mean? Like the dishwasher is all brand new. Like just it would be cool at some point in time to be able to do that. The likelihood of me doing that is like we buy a place and then fix it up before we move in there. That would be probably the only option of that ever happening for me. Which would be like I'd be there for like 3 months, like doing all this crazy work, sweating, freaking out, cutting my fingers, doing all this crazy stuff. And Vicky would be coming by whenever she could. And then by the time I moved in, I would be like, I almost hate this place. But
it'd be a delicate balance between the hate and the satisfaction that you did this.
Well, I mean, it is satisfying. That's one thing I really, really like about construction. Even if it's aquarium related, like it is cool to get to a point where like this whole thing is done. Right now, most of my work is going into building the studio for Aquarium Co-op right now, which is sort of, Corey's like, it's his dream studio, so we're doing all that kind of stuff. Like, today I was installing like stuff for the dehumidifiers and all that, and air regulation, keep the air in there, keep the air consistent, good air quality. So it's going to be a pretty cool thing. But that's like the whole thing with construction is like, you get, you're in the middle of that project and it's just like, it feels like it's going to last forever, but you do get to a point where it's like, oh, and it's done. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Look at that finished product. And then somebody else then you go to the next thing that's like totally screwed up. But, it's really good to just be able to like, oh, put your hands down. It's all done. There we go. All right. Dust it off. See you later.
So, Mike, Fish Tank Barn Mike, says he ended Star Wars with episode 3. Does that mean that you stopped watching Star Wars after the 3rd prequel movie, Mike? Interesting. But he also says, is that the same Leavenworth where the prison is?
No. The prison is not in Leavenworth, Washington. I think somebody mentioned that it's in Kansas.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Geek Boy, not long after says
that's where that's where the actual one is. I visited the ones in Kansas. We went to a bunch of the prisons in Kansas. Actually, it was kind of fun. But Kansas is a hellhole. It's like hats off to anybody that can handle living in Kansas and is happy with doing that. It is.
Is it just because it's all sand?
It's brutal, man. It's sand or butcher lots for cattle. And I don't know if you've ever been near what do you call it? There's a name for it. It's not a butcher lot. It's a kill. It's where they kill and process all of the cattle. So
Abattoir.
they're either at a feed lot or a murder lot. So what happens in American agriculture as far as like steer and cattle? So I don't know too much about the specific slaughterhouses and stuff other than the base mechanics. Like, actually, I probably know way too much about slaughterhouses other than working in them. Like, I've never worked in them, but I know a lot about it. But I know more about the farming side of it. Like, I'm more interested in that. And I've done more of that, but I know how to break a cow down from nose to tail. I just don't normally slaughter them. I normally get them and they're like quartered or half. But anyhow, regardless of that, Kansas is full. Kansas is full of feedlots. It's either a feedlot or they're getting ready to go to the slaughterhouse. So in America, it's the same way as in Australia. So you have your cattle and they're like, out to pasture, that kind of stuff. They're out rambling around and you feed them and a little bit and you just make sure that their diet's okay. And then eventually they get to a point where they're full grown and you sell them on what's called on the hoof. So you get pounds by on the hoof, right? Hoof weight. And then the slaughterhouse and the feed yard, they will buy the cows live, right? Then they bring them to this really confined area where they just feed them corn, sugar, barley, it's just sugar, man. Like it's just a buffet of fatten them up, and they just fatten them up as fast as possible so that when they butcher them, they have a high fat content and they're heavier and you get more out of it. And I'm not a big fan of that method. They call it grain finished. They do the same thing in Australia. So
it's becoming more frowned upon nowadays. I think a lot of people are onto that caper.
Well, the problem is that if it's just grass fed and there's no grain finish and that kind of stuff, like it really elevates the purchase price from the consumer side. And so people, as much as they want to care, more often than not, they find themselves in a position of like making an economical choice versus the health or humanitarian choice, whatever you want to call it, between those two options, or a combination of humanitarian versus or health versus economics. Economics normally wins out.
It does in a capitalist planet.
I mean, that's the thing. If you can get 10 pounds or if you can get 3 pounds, a lot of people go, well, I've got kids and a family and I got to feed as much as I can, so.
Yeah. G'day, Ian Atkins. How are you today? Welcome.
Ian.
What did Steel Angus had to skip the last 2 weeks? Maybe that was way back when we threatened that we were about to start talking about Mandalorian. We still haven't got there.
Maybe we should get some clarification on that. If you had to skip because you couldn't watch it, but I mean the reality is, like, if I open up my YouTube to like watch videos, like my autoplay will like the day before in my world, right? So Thursday I start getting videos that would spoil the ending if I don't like immediately turn them off. Like find my phone and like turn it off because it's on autoplay. So I mean, that's the thing. Like you might have been spoiled of like what was going to happen in the show or whatever, but like I feel like it probably would have happened to anybody else by now because it's, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's a flooded market, really, isn't it? The old spoiler market.
I mean, it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram, it's on YouTube, it's on Twitch. I mean, it's on every platform where they're just like the ending pops up just because you want to find out what's going on with your grandma on Facebook.
Yeah, I make a concerted effort to avoid the social medias on Fridays. Well, I have been, just in case any nonsense like that pops up.
Right.
What is it? It's like from midnight Thursday night. You guys can watch it, or is it after that, 3 a.m. or something?
I mean, I think we technically can. I think we technically can watch it like Thursday night, but man, I've got a 2-year-old here. I'm not staying up till 3 a.m. I mean, and plus, like, normally on Thursdays, I have gotten up at 3 a.m. and left for work in the morning, and then worked all day, came home, ate dinner, took care of Olivia, put Olivia to bed, and it's like 8 o'clock, and then kind of like check on emails, this, that, and the other thing, and then it's 9 o'clock, and it's like I'm falling asleep, dude. Like just start kind of going like, and if I stay awake, like I would stay awake all night. Like if I push past that, like I'm getting tired.
Across the threshold.
Yeah, I just push right past that, and then I'm like, next thing you know, it's like 1 a.m. I'm like wide awake, like what am I doing? I need to go to sleep, But also on top of that, like, I bet Vicky would probably punch me if I stayed up one night and I'm gonna watch it at 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk when you've got the potential of a show where there will be shouting at the TV screen. There will be shouts of hurrah or God damn it's, as we previously discussed.
Yeah, like freaking out in the middle of the night, like yelling, throwing the remote.
Yeah.
Damn you!
No one needs your 2-year-old to come out at 4 a.m. with the remote sticking out of the screen of your telly.
That would be weird. That'd be a weird thing. I've never done that. I don't think I've ever like thrown anything and broke the TV.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
I don't think I've ever done that.
I've always had way too much respect for the television set to have to break it and replace it.
A deep-rooted respect.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how cranky I get at stuff. I still have that maintaining respect of the television and its purpose in life. So yeah, hopefully, Steel Angus, you're not too offended by spoilers, because likely some of the stuff that we'll talk about will refer back to previous episodes as well.
Mm-hmm.
So fingers crossed, fingers crossed. BJ Palmer, just in time. We're just about to start talking about the Star Wars, and we know BJ and her clan love the Star Wars too. And Merry Christmas back to you, BJ.
I don't have to go to sleep, though. I was talking about it earlier. I don't have to go to sleep. I don't have to go to sleep super early tonight. Holiday begins tomorrow.
He's got a whole pass. What
I do need to like finish a video. I'm gonna see if I can finish editing a video later tonight, but we'll see. Maybe not.
Pressure's on. Apparently I've told a lie.
What?
And right, because I was saying I don't throw things in anger, I guess. But yeah, I have thrown a guitar on a live stream in anger one time.
Well, guitars, like,
but see,
let's be honest here. They deserve it.
My biggest error was that I threw it at the laptop, and then they both ended up on the floor. There may have been a little bit of alcohol involved.
It's a likelihood.
It's a probability, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, next day, I had to be reminded of it because I had a stream to show up for the next morning, And all of these people were saying, "How's the guitar? How's the computer?" And I'm like, "What?" So yeah, back in the dark days when it used to happen like that, doesn't happen like that anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, the guitar wasn't even out of tune.
No.
Bloody good guitar, that one.
Mm.
And the laptop.
That's interesting.
Laptop was
I
perfectly.
never became a guitar player, man. That's one thing I never like. I just never put any time into it. I was just like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, if you want to become super good at it, you got to put in many hours a day.
It's too much. I know that like Stevie Ray Vaughan existed, so it's like if Stevie Ray Vaughan existed, you're just not going to top that. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I know that Eric Clapton fancies himself like better than Stevie Ray Vaughan, but it's just not right.
I find Eric Clapton very overrated if we're going to toilet some guitar players.
Yeah, I feel like there was a time that he was probably pretty good, but
yeah, I think that's the biggest thing with a lot of these guitar legends is that they were coming up in a time when there was a lot of people trying to play guitar, and some of them just nailed it pretty quick.
Right.
Well, Jimi Hendrix,
and also he has the benefit of like having not died.
That's a good point.
It's like he just didn't die, right? And so because all right, let's think of well, like, okay, BB King, he lived forever, right? But
never played more than 3 songs in his life.
But it's like Prince passed away at 50, right? Like he's like one of the most recent, but like Prince played for well, maybe he was older than 50. I think maybe he was like 56 or something like that. I don't know, but he passed away super young. And but he also still had like 40 years of playing. So maybe he was like, how old? All right, I'm going to look this up because I think he was 18 when his first album came out.
Prince.
Let's see. 57. Okay, yeah, so he was 57.
I think he might have even been younger when his first record came out. It was my Bird's Eye Maple acoustic guitar. Mickham was the one I tossed.
Well, his first. Let's see. What's his discography? I mean, he must have had something come out before that, but I remember he was the first. He was the first 18-year-old to have like a full control of the record.
Yeah, right.
His first single was Soft and Wet in 1978. So anybody out there that can do maths, which I can't.
No, we've already addressed the inability to perform a mathematical function today. It's too much strife.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that math. But he had like all these crazy, intense like firsts for anybody to
well, that time as well, that the late 70s coming into the early 80s was a new age for recording technology as well, where a lot of the computerized digital controlling for studios was coming around as well. So,
well, that didn't come around until the 90s.
I'm not like full digital, but you like your old Atari 2600s or whatever they were that were.
Yeah, but they weren't really doing anything in recording studios until like the early the early 90s, like when the 808 and stuff like that came out. But everybody was still using ADAT back then, so like nobody was really doing digital. It was just like those big ass ADAT tapes, which looked like VHS tapes, but it was just for audio. And they would stretch whenever you'd run them through the ADAT machine a couple of times, so the timing of songs would get off, like because they would stretch inside the machine because they would spin together so fast and so tight. Yeah, it was stupid nonsense. Like, And those ADAT tapes, I forget how much they were. They were insanely expensive. I think they were like $200 a tape or something like that. And I think we could record with them.
You get 2 or 3 uses and you're done.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe like 8 uses or something like that. But it really was like, like you were freaked out by pushing by recording. We're gonna record something, but it better be legit, So
Yeah, it's like a filmmaker being concerned with how much film they're using.
Yeah, that's true.
Geek Boy, the stream did start with the math song, but as I previously mentioned as well, it was probably jinxing myself because all of a sudden, after playing the song, I could not do maths. I couldn't play with the numbers.
We've lost the maths. I
did.
got a splinter in my hand.
Splinter. Well, it's funny you should say that. I've got a piece of glass or something in the sole of my foot, and I went looking for it with a hypodermic needle the other night, and I spent about 20 minutes carving a half-inch size hole in the bottom of my foot, and I still think the piece of glass is buried in there somewhere.
Oh, really?
I've got to go back for some more.
Great.
It's a pretty impressive hole to come up with nothing.
I mean, that sounds like a solid hobby,
If only my because of the I'm trying to dig on the bottom of my foot, so I had to sit in a ridiculous position with my ankle twisted in a ridiculous position.
Did you go dig?
Deep.
Oh man.
Yeah, I went down below skin level to try and find where the glass was.
Oh, you were in the depths of the epidermis.
Yeah, I don't fuck around with digging.
The deep darkness. That's where the blood comes out.
Yeah, lucky you've got a bit of leeway on the bottom of your foot with all that extra thick skin.
Oh, that reminds me, man. I think I was like 13 or 14 at the time, and like I don't know if you know what a crab pot is. Do you know what a crab pot is?
Like what the thing that you put some dead kitten in the water to catch crabs?
Yeah.
I mean, don't necessarily have to use a dead kitten, but they work a treat.
They work really well. We normally use dead chicken because it's more available. It's easier to capture.
Vegemite's pretty good too. You put a bit of Vegemite on your chicken bones or whatever, and it lures the.
Yeah, Vegemite brings them in. Well, like we'd thrown the pots out like earlier. Before the tide went out, and we didn't go back out to get them. We forgot that it was a low tide that day, and so the water went way out, so you couldn't take the boat out to go get the crab pots, which meant you gotta walk all the way down the mud flats. So you take a step in the mud and your foot goes in like 2 feet, and then you take a step in the mud and you got to go real slow because every time you take a step, it goes deep into the mud bog. And one of the steps I took, there was a broken bottle down there, and a big shard of glass went all the way through my foot broke through the top of my foot.
Wow. That's impressive.
'Twas brutal.
Quite.
Reminded me, you talking about your
digging holes.
Yeah. Digging holes in your feet. It reminded me of that. And I remembered, oh, yes, that happened.
Fond memories of foot injuries.
'Twas a fond time of a bloody foot member. Yeah, I think it was disgusting, dude.
My closest thing to a right the way through was playing cricket out there in the back paddock as a kid, and stepped on some incredibly rigid grass, and it went straight up through the inside of my little toe, up through the bottom and up.
Ah, damn it!
Out the top, and it was just like quite a woody piece of grass, and it just managed to pierce and go all the way through.
Just a matter of leverage.
Yeah.
I bet if we were better at maths, it wouldn't have happened.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, we'll be able to
I'd make a wager.
calculate the probabilities.
Right. Yeah. We got to get into the depths with our calculator. We're gonna get that TI 95. You remember that TI 98 or whatever the hell that was, the maths calculator from high school that it would plot graphs on it, and it would be all like doot, 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 and it would plot a graph, and you could hit a button that was pi. And you could
I remember
calculate pi in class and like totally piss off your teacher. Oh, it was a TI 84. Miradul Singh. There you go. Miradul remembers. I think Miradul's only like 20. No, Miradul's what? I think Miradul's like 17 or 18. I don't know. I think he said he was in high school one time.
I think I can remember that my scientific calculator from school was a FX95 by Casio.
Ooh, that's solid. I think didn't AMD relaunch the FX
series of calculators?
the FX line? I think they did.
Yeah, who can tell? Anyway, calculators is an awesome subject that we could talk about all afternoon.
For days.
And yeah, I was wondering that too about your foot injury, how gross it got, being creek mud and stuff.
It got gnarly, dude. It was nasty.
Yeah.
It was a nasty, muddy, barnacle-coated wound. And
did they have to excoriate it?
Yes.
I love that word.
See, I grew up like my mother was a ER. I don't know if you call it the emergency room or the emergency department or whatever at the big hospital.
Well, as soon as that show,
what do you call that?
90s came out, ER.
Yeah.
All Australian ER rooms changed to ER.
Oh, okay. What did they call it before that? Urgent?
ER.
Oh, before that they called it ER. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was that Clooney? Was Clooney in that?
Yeah.
Dr. Clooney, medicine woman.
Dr.
Anyhow,
Biash.
My mom was an ER charge nurse. So yes, I would have to take care. Wounds would be forcibly taken care of if
forcibly.
So there was no avoiding that.
Yeah, well, that's kind of beneficial, I guess.
Well, it's not a bad thing.
Could be worse things to be forced into.
When they take out like the Brillo pad and the iodine or whatnot, and like scrub out rocks out of wounds and stuff, like it's pretty brutal. But you don't die, so there's a thing. There's a thing there that's fairly important, that you don't have the risk of death from sepsis, and infected wounds, So
and you've still got 2 feet.
Consider that to be a bonus, I mean, it's a bonus aspect alongside of terror, I guess.
Yeah, not to cast shade upon amputees, but life is a lot easier with both feet.
It is better with both feet, that's for sure.
I didn't say better, I said easier.
It's better.
Better could be taken wrong by the amputees, Let's try not to offend.
I mean, I'm not being ableist. I'm just saying it's better. Okay?
Oh yeah, it's way better.
Trust me, I respect amputees. I have amputees in my community, my fish community even, and respect goes out to everyone that has lost a limb for whatever assorted reasons. But I think even the realistic person that may or may not be disabled would just agree and just say, like, yeah, it's better. Maybe they would say it was just easier, and they just have to have more intestinal fortitude than some able person like me. That's probably right.
Well, if they didn't have the intestinal fortitude beforehand, they'd sure develop it pretty rapid.
That's right.
Pam says Pam needs both feet so she can keep one firmly planted in her mouth.
That's solid. I like it.
Foot in mouth syndrome.
Foot in mouth. I have that. 100%. I have resting bitch face and foot in mouth. I have both. My insurance company my health insurance is telling me that vaccines exist for the pandemic. Okay. Well, thank you. That's quite the email. Thanks for marking it urgent. Okay. Very much. Very much urgent. Have you seen the news? Okay.
Have I seen the news? No. No news for me.
That's basically my health insurance was sending me an urgent email to be like, oh, have you watched the news in the last 60 days? You know.
Do they want you to remove yourself from their advertising at that moment to go and watch the news just so their advertising becomes relevant?
I don't know. It was basically like they're saying that like there is a vaccine coming at some point, but it's unknown. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, well, thanks for the info. Heads up kind of situation. It was weird. Sorry.
I may have even seen that T-shirt down in this country, BJ. Not that it's very relevant because we don't have frogs down here big enough to eat. I mean, we probably do, but we just don't. But yeah, I'm fairly certain I have that image in my mind of those frogs on crutches leaving a restaurant because their legs have been taken off to be eaten.
That's brutal.
It's quality visual humor.
That is brutal advertising, dude. Like, that's legitimately brutal.
It's on my to-do list is to try some frog legs. But
is it?
Being that it's probably unlikely that I'll get over to the States anytime soon, I might have to try some local ones.
Do they have that locally?
Oh, we have some frogs that have fairly muscular legs, but you know, I'd feel awfully guilty about obtaining them myself and preparing them.
It's a weird moment, really. I mean, it's kind of a, I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing to do, like, unless you had to, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it feels like a weird position to be in of like, I must eat these frogs. And like, but I don't know. It feels like a food to me. Like, I've eaten frogs legs before, and they're not something that I like really go out of my way to like, oh man, I got to have that again.
But also,
I guess maybe that's probably my review of them would be like, I mean, you don't see me like jogging to the local restaurant that prepares frogs legs, you know. So, it's not on my list of like, yeah, you should definitely have that.
I think I like all of my local frogs too much that I wouldn't like to murder them just to eat 1/3 of their body. But you know, those American bullfrogs, they look like pricks. I could eat them. Yeah. Hello, knowledge.
They're kind of jerks, that's for sure.
Well, I've seen videos of them being jerks. They seem to always be jerks.
A lot of things in America always be being a jerk. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I think that's a generalization. But, you know,
it was 100% a generalization. It was a generalization
fairly
based off of intrinsic exploration of the evidence. A deep knowledge of the evidence.
You've lived it. You're there.
Yeah, it was a lived experience. Mike says there was a restaurant that had alligator voodoo. It was really good, actually.
What is it?
I've had alligator a few times, but I don't think I've ever had alligator voodoo.
Is voodoo a kind of dish, a specific kind of dish?
I have like a sort of an ethereal cloud of remembrance of alligator voodoo being a dish.
G'day,
And,
Matty T. How are you, bro?
yeah, I think so, right? Yeah, alligator voodoo, right? No,
I had a crocodile
that's a
meat pie
recording.
once. That was okay. I've
I
not
don't know.
had.
I remember it being. Oh, maybe it's a song.
Oh, there we go. Mike says it was kind of like an alligator chicken nugget.
Okay. Yeah, I've only had alligator because we made it for a couple of weddings. And I mean, mildly impressive, sort of as impressive as like catfish. Like if it's made appropriately, you'd be like if it's appropriately prepared, you're like, oh yeah, that's good. Like if it's screwed up, like you'd be like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, yeah. There's some foods are they give you the leeway that you can stuff it up a little bit and it still comes out good. But certain foods definitely need to be prepared in accordance with perfection.
Right, like you can't screw it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Steel Angus says they're the gator bites. Yeah, deep fried gator tail. Well, I've had deep fried gator. That's for sure.
I'll
So I
pop
guess
that.
maybe I have had alligator voodoo, but I was like, I don't think I've had it by that name. So, yeah.
I will put that on my to eat list when I get over there. Oh, look out! The Feste are at it.
You guys eat crocodile, don't you? You got a lot of them, eh?
Yeah, yeah. That's what I said before. I've had crocodile in a meat pie one
I'd
time.
imagine.
That was quite tasty.
Well, I guess. Well, no. I bet you there is difference because alligator is saltwater, right? Or fresh.
And crocodile, even though our big crocodiles that most people eat are called saltwater crocodiles, it is a somewhat of a misnomer because they do spend a lot of their life in freshwater as well.
But once they're big enough, they kind of migrate towards the salt, or no?
Well, yeah. I guess in the saltwater sections of rivers, you get bigger fish and stuff like that. So,
right,
they need a sturdier food supply, shall we say?
right.
But yeah,
gators in freshwater, like they don't go salt.
They don't go in salt water at all.
I don't believe so. I don't believe that they do.
Yeah, I always just imagined that the biggest thing with the saltwater crocodiles was because salt water provides more buoyancy, so the bigger creature can float with less difficulty. But I think it's more to do with the food sources than the buoyancy of the water. Good
Not
old
Nola
Rocky
Jane.
Mountain oysters.
Not Nola Jane's asking about the Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah, even I know what they are.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have. I mean, it's like it's not that impressive. Like the only reason you would know what was going on is when people tell you what's up after the fact. Like people wouldn't know if you just called it it's more the novelty than anything. It's
Do they
you eat a hot dog? What do you think you're eating when you eat a hot dog? What do you think you're eating when you eat a sausage? I mean, like
it's probably 30% Rocky Mountain oysters in the sausages.
It's probably 30 to 40% just pure testicle meat. Ground.
When they serve the Rocky Mountain oysters, are they served in testicular form or are they sliced up?
They're like sliced and cooked up and gravy and I mean it's nothing that wild about it.
Hey Crystal, how's it going?
Let's see if I can get a good picture of Rocky Mountain oysters.
And yeah, you certainly BJ Palmer. You certainly get a lot of videos down here of crocs sharing the surf with people. They certainly get out onto the beach a bit once you're up the northern end of this country. Pam makes them slow fried in ball form. I like it. Ball form.
Bowl. So like I've always there's like the two ways that I've had them, and this is like the main one. Here's a media file. So you just look like this. You know, it's just like a basket of fried meat that you would just eat, you know, like you put it in the sauce and eat it, you know. It's not as exciting. And then the other way is the slow cooked with the brown gravy. Is how my grandma used to cook stuff like that. But they always had like liver and all sorts of weird crap that grandma would say about.
French. Yeah, well, they just look like a plate full of fish bites or
it's just
deep
not
fried bits.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not as exciting. It's like it's just the novelty of like, oh, I ordered it, you know.
Yeah, right. I ordered it and I get to eat balls.
Right. All right.
Everything is yummy deep fried.
Well, yeah.
deep
I mean,
fried
basically, I mean, you know, you're pretty much just eating the meat and it being, you know, it being like, and then the sauce and the breading. That's basically what you're eating. You know what I mean? It's like a meat substance.
There was some. God, I wish I could remember what it was. I heard someone talking about it the other day. It was a liquid. Is it? Do they deep fry Coca-Cola?
I don't know.
There was
People do
some
disgusting
liquid.
deep fried stuff.
Yeah, I was like, how the hell do you deep fry a liquid? And then I thought, maybe they freeze up balls of it and then batter them.
That's
But
I mean, if there's a, I mean, you can do that with ice cream.
Oh yeah, that's
and that's good.
a
And they do
standard.
they do deep fried butter. They batter and deep fry a stick of butter on a stick.
Oh shit!
Yeah, some brutal dumb stuff. Deep fried Twinkies, BJ Palmer. That's a good point. We used to do those. Deep fried Oreos.
Heard of all them?
I mean, there's some real strong bullshit at fairs in the United States. I mean, it's just like the absurdity of the food is like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you think of the wackiest crap and it's crazier than that, you know? Like you're just like, check out this insane thing I thought about. And it's like, oh yeah, here's a thing that actually exists. And you're like, oh, well, I don't have much of an imagination then, I suppose. Tried to think of the craziest thing possible, and they're like, no, we've already gone 10 times crazier than that, you know. So
it's
but the thing that I like is the elephant ears. Those are good, and it's just fried dough with like cinnamon and sugar. It just looks like an elephant ear. Yeah.
I know those things.
Dope. Those are awesome. Hush puppies, those are awesome.
Hush puppies are shoes down here.
There's shoes also up here, and they're also a food.
What's the food version consist of?
They're the deep fried corn balls, right?
Right. Like a corn jack, but just in a ball, or a corn dog. Sorry.
Yeah, they look like this.
Oh.
You know what I'm not gonna do? I'm not gonna get a picture. It looks like a deep fried ball. I'm not gonna get you a picture of it. It's just a cornmeal with like corn, and you fry it, and then you put a bunch of sugar and honey on it and stuff. I mean, it's horse shit, and you shouldn't eat it, but it's good. You know, it's just. Oh yeah, Gina French. There you go, fried pretzel dough. That's raging. Like yeah, that's actually good because it's just a fried pretzel. Yeah, I mean it's just I mean, if you go to the fair, you're like, oh, I'm gonna have to go jogging tomorrow. It won't be possible today, but you're like tomorrow I gotta go.
I gotta
I gotta go
start
run around extremely, or I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
be.
start a fortnight-long exercise regime to work off the fair.
Oh, it's strong. Oh, you guys have cotton candy? You got to have cotton candy, right?
Yeah, but it's called fairy floss down here.
Fairy floss. Oh,
Yeah.
I forget. Somewhere they called it something fluff. Something fluff, like maybe sugar fluff or something like that. I don't know.
I'm surprised that the
It doesn't seem legal.
well I was kind of leaning towards that I'm surprised that the politically correct division haven't stepped in and said you can't use the word fairy anymore because it's
Well, it's not. No, it's spelled different, right?
no, it's spelled fairy like what your grandfather might have called a gay gentleman, might have called
but
him
that's like with an E, right?
no, Fairy, traditional spelling.
Well,
I think
no,
it was
I think like if it's the pejorative, it's like IE instead of Y. Like a fairy with a Y is the mythological creature with wings that flies around and has a magic wand, right? And then IE is the pejorative, or it's the other way around. One
well,
way.
I think they changed the what do you call it? Spritey kind of one, Tinkerbelly kind of one,
Right.
to Faerie. I think, like, if you look in
Maybe. I mean, it seems like there's a spelling difference between the two, so that at the very least you'd be like, oh no, we're talking about the magical winged creature like Peter Pan's homie, Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, but anyway, it's called fairy floss down here.
That's it. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine.
And yeah, and we call you corn dogs. We call them, what did I call it? Corn jack. We call them corn jacks for some reason.
What? Why?
Mm.
Why you got to be mean? Why you got to be mean and change it to that? That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what Jack did and who he did it to, but he got tarnished for that.
I wonder what the hell I did today. I pissed off like a whole bunch of people, and I don't even know what I did to piss them off. Jeez. All right. Sorry. I mean to get distracted, but I don't know. I pissed off people, and I'm not 100% sure why. I'm like 0% sure why. Like I don't even know.
Like you've got an angry mob outside your house with pitchforks or something.
They're not outside. I don't know. They're just, I don't know. Who knows?
Was it because of your video on Rotala rotundiflora?
I mean, seems like a pretty reasonable video to me. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I said something weird in there or something. I don't know.
Well, let's go on to that subject because I've got a lot of Rotala rotundiflora growing around my joint. But what I like to do with it is get it growing above the water so it flowers. Have you ever done that with it?
Yeah, I've done that in sumps and stuff many times. It's a delightful plant. I mean,
it is.
It's it's one of those plants, like if you can find a good a good portion of it from a good retailer or whatever, like it definitely is one that I think almost everybody could grow with minimal, it doesn't require like outrageous effort,
I think I bought it once, and I have 2 buckets with it billowing out the top of. I have a bunch of it out in. I don't know if you've seen my bathtub pond out the back, but currently I've got so many stems poking up out through the wire cover on the bathtub pond. Yeah. And just flowering like mad. It looks splendid. But yeah, I've got it in any tank that plants will survive. It just grows like the clappers. Yeah. And when I worked out that it grows immersed really well and flowers up and stuff, I just started putting it everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it grows really well up above emergent, as it were. Yeah, it is I mean, it's a very prolific grower. I mean, that's kind of the thing is like, I always kind of boggles my mind that somebody would be like, I can't find any to buy, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that seems weird to me because anybody that's like owned some owns a lot. So,
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think I bought it once, a little $5 bunch, maybe
Right.
had half a dozen stems on it, and I've never had to buy it again. And
Yeah.
I've given a heap away as well.
Oh yeah, it's just like, who wants this? Here you go.
Yeah. It's one of those
It's a good feeder
plants.
for the chickens.
Oh yeah, that's a good
I try
idea.
not to put my chickens in videos anymore because I get so many questions about the chickens. I can't even handle it.
Well, Sarah got down to one, and it was a rooster.
Yeah, that is annoying.
Two dead to snakes, and one dead to getting played with by the dog.
Oh, yeah. You can't play too heavy with the chickens, otherwise they don't make it.
4.5, 5-month-old puppy doesn't quite know the difference between play and murder.
Well, when it comes to ragdoll on a chicken, it doesn't take that much,
Yeah. Well,
they're
I mean,
not really designed to handle the onslaught of a of the canine variety. Yeah, with the shake, that pretty much does them in. If you get to the shake with the dog, it's generally not good. They've probably broken their neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bones aren't entirely hollow, Nola Jane. They have like a I don't know what you'd call it. They've got interesting structures through the middle of their bones, but they're certainly not solid bones.
Yeah, well, they're like there's like marrow in there and stuff.
Well, don't they also have like networks of thin walls that work through their bones to?
Yeah, but that's considered hollow,
Yeah, right. Fair enough.
It's not a solid, like a pig's bone, or like a beef bone.
Which Ludwigia do you recommend, Myrtle, for immersed growth?
Which Ludwigia?
Just a couple of them are talking.
All of them will. All of them will do the same thing as Rotala. They just convert and grow a little bit differently. Like I've never seen a Ludwigia that wouldn't grow out of the water. Most of them, that's how they grow and flower and seed. With almost every Ludwigia, I can't think of any that doesn't, propagate that way in the wild. I can't think of one off the top of my head that doesn't do that. I think they all do the same thing as Rotala. Grow up to the water, get emergent, send out flowers, and hopefully get some bees to come down and rub their butts in there and their little snoots.
I don't know if I've ever grown any Ludwigias.
I mean, it's just a matter of like, if you let them grow, they'll grow up to the top of the water and then they'll start growing out the top of the tank.
Seems like
it's a cool plant. It's a cool plant like that. I can't even think of any of the Ludwigia that don't. Almost all of them readily will just grow up out of the water if you allow them to. I personally don't, just because it's just way too much of a disaster, especially in my tanks when they grow out of the top of the tank. That means that they're like over 24 inches long, right? Because all my tanks are 24 inches tall. So, by that point, you just have this super long plant, and now it's like growing up out of the top, and you just have this long.
Once they go emergent, do they still maintain the business under the water, or does that sort of fade away?
Yeah, you can just trim them off, and then it'll resprout whatever's still rooted. down below will just resprout. And Ludwigia is one of those that that you generally will get, like, if not one sprout, you'll generally get two. So where you cut it, you'll likely get two sprouts.
Sure.
And a lot of Ludwigia, once it grows up out of the water column, it'll all of a sudden start sprouting a whole bunch out that full length of the plant that's underwater.
Yeah, right.
You know, basically it's like it starts getting unlimited CO2 and light and stuff like that. It all, like, pretty much at every node it'll start sprouting down there. And to be honest, like, as somebody who does a lot of aesthetic stuff like I do, you know, that it just looks like crap. So I try to avoid that from happening, even though sometimes it busts out and grows super fast, and I don't catch it in time. But, you know.
G'day, T-Bone in the house.
Good day.
Crikey, now they're talking about food. Pork chops. I did pork chops last week. They were delicious. I hadn't had pork chops for a long time.
Had some homemade spaghetti when I got home. That was pretty good.
Anyway, I might go and wrestle a crocodile, top this bad boy up, and let's talk some Star Wars.
Let's do it.
We need a theme song or something for the start of Star Wars chat. G'day, Big D, as well.
Do we?
Well,
let me see if I can find one. Media files. Do 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 do. I should find something that's kind of similar to Star Wars, but I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I don't know. Is that playing for you guys? It's playing for me. Sometimes when things are playing for me, it's just smooth. Oh, these beats. I don't know if it's showing up on your guys' end. I don't know. But it's playing for me. Oh, it's not? Oh. Oh, yes, it is. This is that smooth. Oh, I guess no one can hear the music.
can't hear the music, can't see the pictures. Oh, there we go. You got music now.
You gotta go old school. Oh, like, at least I can listen to the music on my end over here.
What was the music to?
I don't know. It's this. Don't talk. Yeah, smooth jams. I don't know why. I don't know why it wasn't playing through my mic, but I had to go old school and like stick my mic over there so you guys could hear it. But
that's
my
stuff.
It's kind of fun for me to bop my head. I was listening to a bop. It's one that was legit. It was a bop.
Are you using OBS or are you just in StreamYard?
I'm using XSplit, and I think I put my microphone in straight, so it's not from XSplit. It's actually just from my my Focusrite. So I think I would have to enable the audio to play a different way through like channel 2. I don't know. It would be impossible to figure it out during stream because I'd just be speculating, and it doesn't matter. It's boring.
I mentioned in the chat in Bentley Pasco's stream
Uh-huh.
that I'd caught some monster mosquito larvae.
Oh yeah, he sent
And
me a picture of
I
those.
did send you the picture, didn't I? And I thought it probably might be beneficial to try and show the viewers at home the difference in sizes of these mosquito larvae that I've got. So
You got it there?
I've got my jar. I'll try and remember to drink from the right one. But yeah, I'll pop me up on single.
Mhm.
Try and hold this up to the camera. Oh, I'm going to get so much glare, aren't I? You can see that thing at the top there that kind of looks like a whale. Hang on, I've got to get... What have I got here within reach? Now I'm handless. Oh. Doesn't it suck how when you turn a jar that the water doesn't just move with the jar? Oh, you can see at the bottom at the back there, that big thing that's bent like a dog leg. That's a final stage of whatever this creature's development is. But it develops in exactly the same manner, now I've lost it, as a mosquito larvae. And you can see also in the water some regular mosquito larvae. God damn it. There's some normal size ones. Now where'd the big boy go? Shake him up a bit. There he goes. Have a swim around, mate. Right there in the middle is one of these big guys. About 7 or 8 times as big as a regular mosquito larvae. I'm assuming that it's not mutant mosquitoes and it's some other kind of creature that shares the same... Oh, yeah, there we go. Brilliant. Thank you, Corvy. That's the picture that I sent Joel earlier. That's probably a little bit more handy than my crappy video. But yeah, there's oh, good night, Mike. Take it easy, man. Have a good Christmas. Hopefully see you next week for the birthday stream if I don't have any other stuff on.
Nice.
But yeah, you can sort of see in that picture. You won't be able to see. I'm pointing at it with my mouse cursor, but you guys can't see my mouse cursor, can you? And I'm trying to find Pugamus. Hello. Oh, there we go. Corvus doing some brilliant artwork.
I'm doing my drawings, Corey.
You can see just under the big guys is a normal size mosquito larvae, and then these big monster bloody doofuses. I'm kind of tempted to put them in a bigger jar with a bit of with a bit of mesh or something over the top to see what they turn into. I feel that I probably should do that, shouldn't I?
This is Chum Lee from Pawn Stars.
Does that show still go?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know, Mickham, that they're perfect food for pretty much any of my fish, but I'm super really tempted to maybe I'll just separate one of them out into a different jar just to see what it turns into.
Right.
Because I mean, if you look really close at the like the one on the right in the picture has some pretty good detail in its body there. Like it's certainly, it's about to turn. This is the last stage of its development, like your mosquitoes that get into those, the mosquito larvae underneath those two big guys is not, like that's an early stage of its development. When they get into the solid bodies with a little tail that they flick around, that's their last stage before they go imago, adult insect. So I think, it'd only be tonight and I'd find out what they turn into. But see how that one on the right, you can sort of see all of its insect features in underneath its skin, like it's about to burst out into a dragonfly or something, but I know it's not a dragonfly.
Ew.
But yeah, super keen to work out because there's a few more of them out in. I caught these out of my mosquito trap that I built many moons ago, which is basically just a bucket with an extra hole in it. And there's a few more big ones out there. So if I find out what they are and they're some brutal, nasty creature, then you
might as well hatch it with like a jar with a lid on it and find out what the hell it is.
Yeah, I'm super interested to find out because I have seen them in wriggler form before, and it's the same thing. They're just like monster big mosquito wrigglers, and I just want to find out to make sure that it's not a super big mosquito that's going to drain my blood overnight.
That would be disturbing at the very least.
Very least.
Yeah.
I don't have a Star Wars theme song, so I've got this.
Let's get into. I tried to play a song, but it didn't. It didn't work.
Was that Star Wars relevant as well?
I don't know. I don't have a Star Wars song. That's all copywritten.
My this is my sound effects unit. My mobile phone with a soundboard. Nice. And my Bluetooth speaker pointing at my microphone.
That's strong. That's powerful.
Oh! Oh my God!
It was a pitiful ending for a solid start to his "Oh my God," wasn't it?
It was going wild there, and then it just fell off of it.
Like he spent himself. All right, let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
We all know the only reason people are still here is because we've been talking about Star Wars and Mandalorian and stuff. And we keep putting it off.
Keep putting it off, yeah. All right.
What a great episode.
So the question lingers. Okay, so we have to think about the final...
spoiler alert again, people, by the way, just in case.
Spoiler alert. Final episode. Final episode is... And it makes... This final episode, first and foremost, makes no sense right out the gate. Once again, no sense, right? Let me see the hold on, the plot lines. So plot line, final episode, and DeLorean. There. I want to try to be able to remember this. So, okay, so season 2 finale recap. Here we go, and we'll be able to kind of go through the plot here a little bit. All right, so right at the beginning. Okay, so what do you remember from the beginning? Because this is just like the most irritating.
Well, I think one of the best things about the beginning was when Mando, Din Djarin, and Boba Fett go and find Bo-Katan.
Okay, that whole scene makes no sense.
Why doesn't it make sense? What planet are you from?
What planet am I from? Okay. First off, Bo-Katan, and he's got the girl and the guy, right? With him on this planet as a trio. Where's the guy?
He's gone.
He's just gone? He just left?
Yeah, I think
he's
maybe
the left hand. He's the left hand for Bo-Katan, and then he just left and was just like, "Oh well, yeah, I'm taking a nap. You guys go get in a big fight. I'm just not here."
Well, I wondered about that in that they, we're to assume that there's been a fair little period of time between where we last saw them. So he speculates maybe he was in the lav, which is potentially true. It does take a little while to unzip that Mandalorian armor to get the doodle out to do a wee. My speculation was maybe he's been killed in some prior conflict, or he's off making plans for the recapture of Mandalore.
Okay, hold on. This first scene makes no sense. Okay, because what happened right before they went to? What happened before they went to go meet up with with Bo-Katan? They intercept a transport with that doctor guy on it, right? The genetic researcher. That's the first thing that happened. They just intercept and board a ship like pirates at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And the one pilot just surrenders, and the other pilot is a psycho super Nazi, I guess.
I thought that was brilliant that they showed the nastiness of the Empire, as well as the fact that sorry, Atkins, we've just started talking Star Wars stuff. BJ said that, thank you. We got to see that not only, yes, the Empire people, the good ones, or the bad ones, as it were, are staunch Empire supporters and will do whatever they need to do. And it was also refreshing to see him giving Cara Dune a little bit of shit about Alderaan. You know, you lost some people, and then he's going, well, we lost millions on both Death Stars.
I do understand that. I do understand that there is a fan service there where people want to say that, like, oh, these guys in the Empire are just psychotic villains, which is a relative possibility, right? Like, that is a supposed possibility, but there's a situation here with that first scene, because you've got the crazy psycho guy and the other guy who's extraordinarily even-tempered, and like basically just goes, hey, I just don't want to die, right? But yet these guys have been pilots together for how long? How long have these guys been co-pilots of this ship, right? And the one dude's just been the whole time like, oh man, I'm stationed with a raving lunatic who immediately, upon being boarded, decides to go in a total standoff where he's going to shoot the doctor who he's supposed to be delivering, right?
Yeah, he wouldn't have shooten the doctor. That was his prime directive, to get the doctor there.
To get the doctor there, but he's like immediately puts the gun to the head of the doctor. I'm going to just kill him, and they're already on the ship, right? And then he immediately just shoots his co-pilot in the back, right? And kills him, right?
Because the co-pilot was selling out. And potentially there's a factor
I understand that there's the possibility that the co-pilot is selling out, but clearly the pilot here is a psycho killer, to the point where in a moment's notice, he's like, I just kill the other guy who's here with me that would be the only person to be able to, like, maybe fight back if we get kidnapped or something. He just immediately murks his co-pilot. Like,
yeah, he's a traitor. He's a traitor, straight up. You gotta die.
Immediate murder. Just immediately goes from, I'm a pilot. I'm a level-headed pilot that gets to fly around transports of extremely high-value targets, right? And immediately just murders his co-pilot, like just shoots him in the back of the head. Like, okay. So that's what's happening. Meanwhile, that guy just shot his co-pilot, right? Mm-hmm. And so the Mandalorians and Cara Dune and everybody just stand there and let him like deliver a monologue and then shoot him in the face. Like, The reality is, if you're in that situation and he just shoots his co-pilot, you just shoot him in the face. You don't stand around and be like, I'd like to hear your insight while we all have an emotional moment, right? Like,
to be honest,
and I
I think I
understand
would.
that it's a TV show, right? Like it's a show. It's a show, not a tell, okay? Like it's not a it's hey, welcome to the talkies. Welcome to the talkies where we talk to you about all the stuff, you know.
The
Like,
Empire is they're renowned for their psychological testing and reassessment and conditioning of people. Potentially,
they
the
are
weaker
known for that.
Yeah,
Why do you have a total maniac flying the plane around with the like only genetic scientist that you have, the only clone expert, right?
Well, potentially he tests high in the Empire's psych tests, and potentially his co-pilot might not have tested so high. So maybe they've been paired together for a month or so to try and up this dude's psycho level.
Right.
You know, that's something I consider that, they seem an odd pairing, but potentially he's been put with this dude to harden him up a little bit, maybe.
Well, here's the reality. Like, if your plan for shooting that that scene, right, that you want to implore that Cara Dune has an emotion regarding, you know, the destruction of Alderaan and whatnot, right? And it was easily explained in the last episode that people have knowledge of the things that have happened, like Operation Cinder, right? Like we know that like Mayfield knew Operation Cinder had happened. And it's not like these are just invisible people within the universe, right? Like, cause he's like, that's the guy that was my commanding officer guy. Like, you know, people are kind of known to some degree or whatever. Now,
can I interject here and say, I've found that really good that they did that, because so far, pretty much through the whole series, unless you're an admiral or a Darth or an emperor, you're not necessarily a known Empire character. And the fact that they've highlighted this one dude that Bill Burr can remember from his life, it's just like all of a sudden there are these other humans out there.
Right. But here's okay. So we know that Cara Dune used to be a soldier, right? Okay. So she would know a bunch about the Empire, right?
Yes.
Now, in my opinion, and obviously this is my opinion, but if you're talking about making this show and having this one guy just ranting at the beginning who ultimately just gets headshot, right? Which now you have to justify a scene where two people got shot. One got shot in the back of the head and the other one got shot in the front of the head. And you have to somehow you have to mitigate that into the Star Wars situation here, right? So it's not a bloodbath constantly, right? Because it's Star Wars. It's not supposed to be, this isn't a rated R, half porno, half shoot 'em up bloodbath of nonsense, right? Even though the stakes are high, right? And so, you know, the way that I sort of envision a scene like that happening is that, you know, they board the ship. They're, you know, they get, you know, they take over the cockpit. They get the doctor. They get the genome guy. And how do you explain murdering the evil dude, right? And in my mind, you go, that guy probably has some kind of medal, award, or some kind of insignia that you normally acquire from your accomplishments within the military, which it has been established on many occasions in Star Wars that the Empire have specific medals and insignia all over them like the Doctor, right? I don't know how many people had surmised, having seen that character, they had broken down that like he's wearing the insignia of somebody that does cloning within the Empire, right? So they have this established thing with that, and so it's like, to me, it's like, okay, get the Doctor, get it away, and then have the altercation with the pilot from Cara Dune as sort of the instigator. Like, why would he sacrifice the information immediately to these people who clearly are, in their opinion, pirates? They're going to try and take over the ship or whatever. Like, you don't want to sign your own death warrant and be like, yeah, that's right, we blew up your whole planet. Like, you can see that there's multiple of them, right? You, as a person that would be in that situation, you wouldn't just like, I'm gonna just me, and then just get shot. You wouldn't do that. Like, a person wouldn't do that. You want to protect your own position. But if you have that, they get the Doctor, right, and then Cara Dune could possibly have grabbed the other pilot, and then they get in an argument about like, what is this? Like, how long have you been here? And then then you could have that back and forth dialogue of like, then he could admit like, yeah, that's right, I was on the Death Star and all those people died, and I've stayed with the Empire because I'm loyal to, I want to get my revenge. Whereas we saw with Mayfield that like he wanted to get his revenge too against the people that he was with, right? And so, like, I don't know, to me, if it really feels like if you're going to explore this space and you want to explore like some empathy for both sides, right? Instead of just casting the Empire as like one guy who's a super dweeb who just kind of gives up, and the other guy who's like, I don't know, Hitler reincarnate, like what? Like, but then they just both get killed right away. So then we just move on and no one really has to think about it anymore. And then all they end up thinking about is that bar scene, just like we did. Right. But then you go to that bar scene. Where's the dude? There's a trio of them. And now there's just a duo that's unexplained. Like one of Boca Raton's 3 has disappeared and no one seems to notice it. Like, no one seems to bring it up. And immediately she like trash talks Boba Fett, which brings up an interesting point, right? It brings up an interesting point that Boba Fett has killed a bunch of Jedi, right? Like, unless they've totally changed the canon like completely, like his father, who was a genetic copy of himself, was beheaded by Mace Windu, and then he went on a terror, becoming the best mercenary of all time, and in multiple occasions getting in fights with Jedi and defeating them, right?
We were never
to the point where Boca Raton, I like to call her Boca Raton, knows exactly who he is and immediately trash talks him. I've heard your voice 1,000 times. You're not a Mandalorian. You're not even real. You're she knows that he's a clone.
Yeah.
To that point, like he's that renowned. She knows exactly who he is and exactly how to like, I'm going to insult you, like just off the cuff. But then he immediately gets bested by somebody who's 20 years old. Like, I don't know, maybe she's 23 years old. So she's technically been a full-grown Mandalorian for 9 years or 8 years or 7 years or something. And he immediately gets bested by her in a hand-to-hand fight in a bar. Like, what?
I think the stuff about the dude who's missing, I think that will come out in a future storyline. Potentially, he was just in the toilet or back at the ship. I don't think he's dead yet. But what I want to know is, Boba, has his clone got the inhibitor chip with the Order 66 in it? or did because he was
No, he's
Jango's
unaltered.
request?
He's unaltered.
Yeah, that's because they mentioned that in the episode 1
He's,
or whatever.
He's supposedly unaltered. So
Yeah. So he just hates the Jedi out of learnings from his father, I guess. And when he was
well,
a
no,
young,
he hates him because Mace Windu beheads his dad. Like, I mean, that's even in the movies. Like,
yeah,
that's like the one person that gets actually killed in the, like he's holding his head, in the helmet. Like his head's not on anymore.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, with all that aside, it was a pretty nifty little bar fight scene. That little jetpack spin that she did with her jiu-jitsu moves was pretty choice.
I mean, I get it, but it's
and
the point is that like Boba Fett is supposedly, whether or not they're like downplaying his abilities or whatever, but like in all of the stuff, and by the way, not to spoil the ending, but at the end he just waltzes into Jabba the Hutt and just takes over the palace, just shoots everybody in there and then just takes over, but he gets bested by like a 20-year-old Mandalorian.
Which 20-year-old Mandalorian stuffed him in the
the
bar
girl
fight?
the girl in the bar that he got in a fight with, whatever her name is. I don't even know that I know her name.
I think potentially he was he's on a mission for Din Djarin. He's still betrothed, as it were, to him to do the job. I don't think he was in killing mode in the bar. I don't think his point was to kill. I think his point in that bar fight was just to defend himself, because they knew that they needed these two ladies to form the dream team.
I mean, it's
I agree. Yes, I don't.
It's possible, but Boba Fett even said, like, we don't need these idiots. Let's go.
Yeah, that was just simple Mandalorian reverse psychology.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I love the show. It's extraordinarily difficult to lose, to just like lose myself in the show and enjoy and like think about the stuff that's going on, because I immediately get ripped out of it by like these really just, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like super rookie decisions or something. I don't know.
Plot holes or something like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, why would Boba Fett just be like screwed with like that? Just, well, it kind of plays that it's like fun and cheeky and, and it's like, but they're like throwing each other around and like breaking up bar tables and stuff. Like, it's not exactly like they're goofing off, or something.
Yeah, no, I totally think that Boba Fett was incredibly restrained in that fight, because he was potentially under instruction from Din Djarin that they needed these people to help out. So he wasn't there to kill anyone. He was just there. That fight was him just defending himself, not attacking too much.
I mean, I get it, but I feel like, if you attack a jiu-jitsu master, like they're going to just stop you, like it's just not, I don't know. I mean, somebody who was born and raised and bred to battle and has been battling his whole entire life, like, and you just like screw with them in a bar. I don't know. And somebody that is ultimately not even like the leader, like,
yeah,
it just seems to be like, okay.
I kind of agree with Zip Gun that she's pretty much, even though she is young, she's an elite fighter, and she probably wouldn't be at Bo-Katan's side Bo-Karatan's side if she wasn't an awesome fighter. She's earned that place beside Bo-Katan.
Yeah, earned that place beside Boca, like the guy who disappeared.
Yeah, he's still there. He's
like
still
the
there.
Guy who the other Mandalorian with her that just seems to have completely disappeared.
I I still
to
reckon
go
that he's
accomplish the quest that they've been questing for this whole time.
well. I think that he's potentially on a journey back to Mandalore to see
Like
how much
I'm
of
sorry
the
to say
planet
that
is actually glass.
like yes, she is a random Mandalorian by the fact that like the Mandalorians with Boca, like they are random. Like this is the rabble that is left. The three of them is pretty random. You know, it's not like she's had the choice of the best fighting Mandalorians, right? Like, no, it just
Oh.
happens to be the three Scrabble characters left.
I think we will discover in the near future. Well, 12 months or 14 months time. I think we
Yeah.
will discover that Bo-Katan has a little attaché of soldiers stashed somewhere in the galaxy. She's got people waiting in the wings to come and join her fight.
I'm sure.
to
Yeah,
regain
there are all these little groups of Mandalorians. Like that's already been established, but they won't unite unless it's under the dark saber, which she does not have because they failed to even have a plan to get on the ship to go get it from Moff Gideon. Though literally their plan was like, we're going to fly over there and they're just going to let us land on the ship. That was it. They had no plan B. It was like, we're just going to crash land into the ship.
I thought it was a solid plan. That's how the rebels always did it.
Yeah, we're just gonna crash land into
Go
the
with
ship.
one plan and nail it. And that's it. Always works. Let's do it.
The plan didn't work. The plan failed.
What was the next scene after that? After the bar fight? Was that when they were all gathering and formulating the said plan?
Yeah.
Do you still have your plot thing open?
Yeah, what was the next scene? I think the next scene was they were
No, Sabine hasn't come into it yet, Ian Atkins.
no, Sabine's not in it.
She'll come into the Ahsoka series, if you ask me.
Season finale recap here. I think this is it.
The Bo-Katan's offsider is starts with a C, I think. She's like one of the most forgettable names ever in Star Wars, apart from Mayfeld. Because bloody hell, we struggled to remember his name last week, didn't we? Even BJ's daughter was yelling it at the screen when we couldn't remember his name.
Who's that? What? Oh wait, hold on. Sorry,
When we couldn't remember Mayfeld's name last week, we were both stumbling over it.
Mayfield's name.
BJ said her daughter was yelling the name at us.
You know, it's Bill Burr. So, yeah, so they get in a fight, and for some reason we only have the two Mandalorians unexplained. Since Moff Gideon has the dark saber and Mando has the coordinates to his ship, Bo-Katan agrees to help rescue Grogu as long as she gets Gideon's cruiser to retake Mandalore. That's right. She wants the ship, which is kind of another proof that like she doesn't really have anything, you know.
Didn't Mando offer her the ship to sweeten the deal?
He offered her everything. He just wanted the kid. That's it.
Yeah.
All he wanted was Grogu. That was it. She was like, I want to, you know, Moff Gideon's mine, and I want the ship, and blah, blah, blah.
G'day, Rockford and MTF&F. How are yous? Yeah, it was just
like she
unfortunate.
doesn't even have an ability to leave and take Mandalore. Like she doesn't even have a ship. That escaped me, my memory. But like she wanted the ship also, the frigate or whatever ship he had.
Did she? I don't know if she raised the issue of the ship or if Mando just said this could be a good helpful thing for you. Wasn't it him that proffered the ship to her first?
It's possible. I mean, I'd have to. I mean, I'd have to watch it again, but I mean,
Damn,
here
we
it
might
says
have to
that she
rewatch
asked
the
them to
episode.
join their efforts. She requests the Darksaber as well. Like she wants Gideon's cruiser and the Darksaber. And I think the part that I recall is that Din Djarin was just like, you could have all of the stuff. All I want is Grogu. That's the only reason I'm doing any of this. I don't want anything.
But yeah, now unfortunately, he might have embroiled himself into a deeper situation where he might have to, bed with Bo-Katan and rule Mandalore with her because they're not going to be willing to fight each other.
Well, that's the weird thing is that like you're not going to get. I mean, that's obviously later on in the episode, but I mean, there's just like a solid issue here. So like the next scene is like they go. So back on the ship, Bo-Katan runs down the plan of attack for the team. Who's being strangely helpful. The guy Pershing is his name, the doctor guy.
Yep.
And he tells them that there's a garrison of dark troopers on the cruiser and that they are droids, not humans in suits. So it's like we really get a lot of information from this guy for no reason, really.
I think it's because he's a human, and his biggest interest is science and not necessarily the Empire. And I think he's always had a fairly close association with the child. And
well, I think the reality of that guy is that we're going to find out later that he doesn't really want to be at the Empire with the Empire. There's going to be a tie-in, like they have his family or something, and they're forcing him to do this stuff. Or something,
I think he's just going with the mob with the best science budget. So I think
honestly, we're going to find out later. Considering everything ties back to Nazi Germany, with them being the Third Reich, I think it's going to tie back to what was that called? Operation Paperclip, when they brought the German scientists to America and then they took over NASA and stuff. I think they're going to tie that in somehow. Later on, we're going to find out that the doctor was pressured to work for the Nazis, basically, and that he didn't want to. And, he's a good guy. He's just a man of science,
Yeah, that's definitely a potential storyline.
Science thing that he was doing all this evil stuff. It was just a science thing, guy. Come on. Like, I think America's not evil, okay? Like, they just brought all the evil doctors over. And that's totally normal, and that's what everybody does, right? Like you just hire evil doctors. That's just because you're like, you know what? It turns out it's all good, baby.
I think essentially, based on his skill level with cloning, potentially he wants to be in favor of whoever ends up with the child, because potentially he just wants to clone Grogu over and over again.
I mean, probably, but cloning has been outlawed by the Republic. So it's not like the rebels are going to like take their old Republic like background and just be like, "Oh, we're cool with cloning now."
Yeah. Yeah, let's bring it back.
Let's bring that thing back that we like outlawed a long time ago. Cuz people have a tendency to make I don't know, stormtrooper armies.
I was going to say dodgy clones, because obviously the situation that they showed a couple of episodes ago with their little cloning factory, where they were cloning what we can only assume turned out to be Snoke.
It has to be. I mean, that has to be.
But even the final product of Snoke himself was obviously not a perfect clone. There was issues physically with him. He might have been strong with the Force and whatnot, but he was still a little bit fucked up potentially from the cloning process.
Well, he's definitely gnarly as all hell. That's for sure.
Yeah,
no question about that. But
I think there's definitely future storylines involving that doctor. And
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think they're gonna try and tie it in, like, oh, he just happens to be a Third Reich scientist, and we're gonna bring him in. We're gonna bring him in to the rebels, and they're gonna make him good, which is ridiculous. So I don't know. Very weird. But
there's
as
a
they travel through hyperspace, Bo-Katan warns them that Moff Gideon is hers, but Kara, who is technically an official part of the New Republic, notes that Moff has a lot of information and is ex-ISB, and that she needs him alive. Bo-Katan doesn't really care if he lives or dies as long as he surrenders to her, which is just a weirdly stupid foreshadowing to put in. And they're flying through hyperspace, which seems to be hyper jump now, I've noticed, instead of...
There's a difference.
Yeah.
I think hyper jumps are just short-term hyperspace travels.
Right.
Because they did it in it was an episode of Rebels I think I watched, and they were doing hyper jumps instead, where they would briefly travel hyperspace and then they would change coordinates to try and lose the Empire.
Right. Which never really seemed to work, though, right?
No, it didn't. Yeah,
somehow they're tracking them. I don't know.
Yeah,
the whole thing
that episode they did learn that the Empire were tracking them through hyperspace, which was up until then not considered possible.
It's not possible, but suddenly it just becomes possible randomly. Like, just that's just a thing we do now. Like, just out of the blue.
I got to go wrestle a crocodile, or I can't concentrate and formulate decent sentences.
So the next part, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, that's the whole thing where I'm, where I continue to be like a little bit weirded out. So like they were traveling through, and then Mando, aka Din Djarin, will use the Doctor's code cylinder to seal off the Dark Troopers. And they're like, oh, well, you've got like 2 minutes before they power up, which is just, it's like this weird serendipitous parts to the show to make it go super quick, like the exposition or whatever, for whatever reason, is like, we need to make this show go at 1,000,000 miles an hour instead of just making it 10 minutes longer or 6 minutes longer or something, where it's like, yeah. And they also needed the shuttle, which is just like, oh, they managed to get the ship, and they had the code. They had like the code rod from the doctor, that just gave him their code thing so they could lock the dark, what the hell are they called? The dark droids or whatever the hell they're called. The dark troopers. And then, of course, these dark troopers, like, they don't have any human element into them, so they just skip over all of that and just immediately go to the, like, oh, these ones are just full robotic. Which, like, if you're somebody who doesn't really know all that much about Star Wars,
it's like potentially the first time people have seen dark troopers without.
Like, why explain that part? Like, why explain that part in such a terrible way to people who have never watched the show or never really?
I disagree with you there. I think they did that really well because they explained it in a way that all of the people in the know would know, and then they explained it also in a way.
They explained it in a way that they just skipped past all of the human sacrifice stuff to make the dark troopers, right?
Yeah, but in doing that, in skipping over it, then they piqued people's interest into looking into them and researching them themselves.
No.
Instead of spending 7 minutes in an episode trying to explain them. Hello, Fishy Mon.
Every person that hasn't watched any of the Star Wars stuff or don't really know what's going on, they didn't go like, oh, I should go look that up later. There's no motivating factor for them to go look that up. Why would they go look that up? It's a throwaway line in a show that moves at breakneck speed with no explanation to like actually create real drama, right?
Had you experienced the Dark Troopers before the Mandalorian?
Like I know, yes, that they were basically like android, half robot, half whatever people sacrifice. Like I don't know, it's all weird, but
They became exposed in the universe in a video game back in the late 90s.
right.
Was our first exposure to the Dark Troopers, and when they were there, they still had their human component.
Right. But that's the thing is that like Din asks if they have the human part, and then he's just like, no, that was the one problem. That was their weakness. So no, these are just robots. Which like the only reason to do that is just to play fan service to the stupendously dumb ending that is just so dumb. It's so dumb.
It's not though.
It's so dumb. Okay. I
We
mean,
don't even know if it was real Luke or clone Luke yet.
how is that going to help any of the story? Right?
I'm just trying to throw a spanner in your works. A wrench in your works. I've got to American.
Okay, so first of all, every Star Wars now has been about Luke Skywalker. Every single thing that they have produced that's live action has now become about Luke Skywalker. No matter what happens in this universe, no matter what happens in this galaxy, no matter how big or how small or how far or whatever time of the week it is, this whole entire universe is actually just a dream of Luke Skywalker. This is like Lost again. Do you remember Lost? You remember Lost? Like 8 years of making a TV show, and at the end, it was all just a fucking dream.
Was it? Spoiler. Hashtag spoiler alert.
Oh, the show came out 15 years ago. Jesus.
I'm only like, I don't think I've even finished season 1 yet. I started it recently, but I just couldn't do it.
It's awful. I mean, it was a great show, but like by the end of it, you're just like, oh, it was like a dream, maybe. I don't know. You know, like every. Oh, and as BJ Palmer says, it's the Skywalker saga. It's the Mandalorian. Like this side quest is the Mandalorian. It's not the Mandalorian is saved by Luke Skywalker. Right?
It's the intertwined saga.
In a gigantic universe. Like it's in the whole galaxy, you know? And
Can I just ask the room if anyone is aware of the clone Luke storyline? Because the theory goes that someone, the inverted quotes, someone,
right,
found Luke's hand from Bespin, the Cloud City, where he got his hand taken off by Darth Vader in Empire Strikes Back, and they cloned Luke from there. And
that's right, because his hand was found.
Yeah, there's a clone Luke out there,
right?
And
his hand and his lightsaber were found on the gas giant planet somehow.
Well, they would have been inside the machinations of the Bespin city somewhere.
They were jettisoned out.
Were they?
Luke was jettisoned out.
No, he made his own way out a different hole. We didn't see his hand and his light.
He did go out a different hole. Yes, that's true. He was jettisoned out because he was a large object that was supposedly like, oh, we better send that out. We don't want that in the chute.
Did you see how many like spikes and antennas and things there were in that drop that a hand could have got snagged on?
Right. Yeah, maybe it's clone Luke that has an X-wing fighter, and by the way, showed up in all black, like a Sith, dressed up like a Sith. Why would Luke of all characters at this point in time show up dressed up in all black? Why?
Because even he doesn't realize that he's more Sith than Jedi.
Yeah, like, why would he show up in all black like that? Like a Sith, dressed up like a Sith. I mean, all of
Speaking from
So,
experience,
like
black does
so
make
Luke Skywalker's evolution, right? So he started out dressed up in all white, right? He started out dressed up in all white.
Answered your own question.
Eventually freaked out and went over too far to the dark side and then was dressed in all black. And then when he came back after all of the stuff was done, he was essentially wearing gray and stuff and like brown, just like Obi-Wan, right? Like Obi-Wan, he eventually dressed like a Jedi and was wearing like some brown and stuff. But now he shows up with a big giant cowl on and he's wearing all black and he's dressed up like his nephew of the future, you know, like, I mean, he's dressed up like Darth Vader. I mean, what?
I think BJ Palmer's on it. It's a slimming color. Luke, he's getting a little bit old. He might have his love.
It is slimming, but it didn't work on Boba.
He doesn't wear black.
Yes, he was wearing black.
Black cloak on, didn't he?
He's wearing black underneath his armor, and he's still fat.
Yeah.
Like, and look, like, I understand that people want to see Luke, and a lot of people were like super excited that Luke showed up. To me, it's like the worst possible option because no matter what happens, it's always going to be one of the Skywalkers shows up and saves the day. No matter what happens in the timeline, either it's Skywalker as a ghost, it's Skywalker as an ethereal being, it's young Skywalker. He just shows up and kills everybody. And then just leaves weirdly, leaves, just like the rebel police officers.
Well, essentially, I mean, he was going back, months when we first started thinking about who the likely Jedi was. Luke Skywalker was my first pick, basically just because of the timeline that Luke was traveling around.
By the way,
looking for Jedi.
So says, okay, what about when Grogu said bye, Joel? I know you didn't shed a tear like we did. I shed a tear, but did you shed a tear because that is Grogu going to his death? If Grogu goes with Luke Skywalker, he goes to his death because he's going to be killed by Ben Solo. That's what happens in all of the movies. That's what happens. Grogu gets murdered by Ben Solo, who becomes Kylo Ren and murders all of, guess who? Luke Skywalker's kids. All of his Padawans get murdered, except a couple of them went away, which we'll just say, yeah, it just happens. It was a couple of those was Grogu, and it's going to be fun. Like, yeah, I mean, like, are you upset because Grogu went with Luke, or are you upset because you get to see Luke? Like, that's the thing to me is like, it makes no sense that Luke shows up at this point. It doesn't push the story forward because what happens now? Do you have a bunch of weird CGI'd Luke Skywalker episodes where he's like teaching Grogu how to fight and they're like playing the Eye of the Tiger and it's all like, we're
going to need a montage.
Running up and down some stairs, and it's like, it's a montage. We're getting buff, like what? Like, so, like, one of the big parts of the appeal to The Mandalorian was, and I think this for a lot of people, and everybody can disagree with me or not, was that we were going to see a lot of parts of the universe, of the galaxy, that we hadn't seen before, the interactions in this space that weren't just focused around one character. Like, there's 9 movies that focus on Luke Skywalker, right?
Well, the Skywalker family.
There's 20 hours. There's 20 hours of Luke Skywalker. There's Luke Skywalker cartoons, like he's in a whole bunch of stuff. Like that exists.
Hey, Jesse, we did spoiler alerts earlier, mate. Calm down.
Oh, HC says, didn't watch it yet. Oh, well. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm sure, I don't know.
It was fucking 5 days ago, Jesse.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's like, yeah. I mean, it's been 5 days. If you haven't watched it yet, you probably weren't going to watch it. So I'm not that upset.
Too busy watching reruns of the Muppet movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Catching up on Fozzie, from 1983. The Fozzie goes to, what was that? Like Fozzie Bear goes to Manhattan. Yeah.
Yeah. And boy, doesn't that Kermit play a mean banjo.
Yeah. I mean, so that's the thing is that, like, look, I understand that, like, a bunch of little kids' fantasies of Luke Skywalker dishing out a thrashing really, like, got people's panties all sopping wet or whatever weird analogy you want to put out there. But, like, all, like, I'm talking to, like, 45-year-old dudes that were like, I was crying because Luke Skywalker attacked people with his lightsaber.
Oh my God, you just described me. Exactly. I'm a 45-year-old guy, and I cried when I realized it was Luke.
I'm like, really? Oh. Like,
it was like
that's the big moment, the big payoff that you just, like, you needed all your life for Star Wars. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like,
that's the joy of Star Wars is that there's never just one payoff. There's a big bucket of payoffs nonstop. But yeah, when I saw that X-Wing come in and you see the little glint of blue where the astromech goes, it was like, oh fuck, it's Luke. And then all of a sudden you see the green lightsaber and then you see the black hand. It's like, whoa. It was such a good, I mean, even though I did, as soon as I saw it was Luke Skywalker, I was like, God damn it. I was shouting it into Sarah's right ear, God damn it. But tears were still rolling down my face because it was just such a massive moment in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
You were just so expecting Mace Windu that if it wasn't going to be Mace, you were going to be.
No, I mean, I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have cared if it was Ezra or Steve or Roger or Sally. Like, I don't care. I mean, but to literally, like, it's Luke that came to save the day. It's the ultimate in just cheesy, like, cop out. Like, it's awful. Like, the reality is, like, and then the payoff is that, like, Grogu just goes to his death essentially because, Ben Solo is going to be born by now because it's 5 years after, right? After the Death Star's been blown up, the second one, right? And he's going to be training Ben Solo, and Ben Solo is going to kill everybody there, So
I speculate that because Grogu had already had time in the Jedi Temple, that potentially he didn't spend that much time in Luke Skywalker's Jedi Academy Mark II or whatever it's called. That he was potentially on his way and elsewhere. But that may have to be told more in the Luke Skywalker show that Disney has said is coming out.
It's just a shame. It's just a stupid shame. It's just disappointing that they're just going to continue to make Luke Skywalker.
Well, I think if you look at it on the big picture, that there's going to be a Luke Skywalker show, and then there's going to be 10 other shows / movies / cartoons that are coming out. I think they really are. They're spreading it wide enough that they're not just focusing on the Skywalker saga. There's going to be other stuff out there, but because most Star Wars people, like you say, are 45-year-old males who cry when Luke Skywalker appears, I think they still have to appeal to that section of the market. Ooh, that was a good one.
Well, it's
yeah.
like, here's the point. Like BJ Palmer says, after 7, 8, and 9, we needed this, right? And I know that the thing is this, is that, and I forget who put it this way. Somebody much smarter than me put it this way, is that if you get from the show what you want, it's not necessarily the story that you actually need to be told. And a bunch of people are like, I want Luke Skywalker to come do awesome stuff because the story didn't go the way that I liked it. 4, 5, and 6, Luke Skywalker was as successful and good as he was going to be. 7, 8, and 9, that was the story of Luke Skywalker, right? But then it's like, no, I need Luke Skywalker to be sexy and young again and do a bunch of stuff that I always wanted him to do. And it's like,
fill in some blanks.
Like, you're going to end up with the story that you shouldn't have been told, because they're paying just fan service to people. It's like, we need Luke Skywalker to come do some badass stuff because we never got the opportunity to see Luke do badass stuff. And it's like, but that's not the story, right? And the story is what it is, and learning to accept like what a story is part of being told stories, right? And if every single story has this like magical ending that like, oh, I got to eat 3 ice cream sundaes for dinner tonight, and then you have diabetes, right? Because like all you ever wanted was ice cream sundaes, you never learned to eat broccoli, like it's the same thing with like literature. Like there never is like the happy, I'm gonna get this like Sunday eat ice cream sundaes ending, which is also why I'm like, it sucks that they're going this weird like Third Reich thing with the Empire, right? Of like really trying to cast them as the Third Reich, as opposed to them being their own just special kind of bad guys, right? Or refusing to show their humanity unless it's like directly a parallel to American history. And it's like that kind of stuff definitely frustrates me, and it frustrates me to the point where like the storytelling in the show is really missing from what easily could be there, and to me it's like
potentially it is because that they have so much content to come to us that if anything, that might be what we have to sacrifice, is that because they're spreading so much stuff so thin, some of the storytelling may be sacrificed for just getting the stuff out there. Does that make sense? Nah, probably not.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because we've talked about this before, that like you have all of the tools at your service, right? And it literally is like, so okay, so like one of the big reasons that, so if you think about it this way, so episode 4, 5, and 6 came out, movies, right? Very exciting, a lot of stuff. If you go watch them now, you don't know what's going to happen throughout the movies if you've never seen them before. If you watch 4, 5, and 6, and then go watch 1, 2, and 3, there's really no excitement because you know what's going to happen, right? Obi-Wan lives until A New Hope, right? And then he dies when he encounters that Darth Vader guy. And then turns out that Darth Vader guy was actually Luke Skywalker's daddy. And then he cut off Luke's hand. But then Luke came back and Darth Vader sacrificed himself to kill the Emperor. And then that was the end. But you watch 1, 2, and 3, you know that it's like they're gonna live because that's what happens in the following movies, right? Whereas now it's like you have Luke show up to do this. We know what happens. Grogu doesn't make it out alive.
We don't know that. We never saw Grogu murdered.
Okay, we never actively saw Grogu the character be lightsabered to death.
Yeah, I reckon he's elsewhere by that time because he's.
You reckon the 20-year period
Yeah,
from
he's
a character
well
that's a
elsewhere.
baby that's 50 years old, right?
He's already off at some other.
He's a
Jedi
baby that's
Academy
50.
training people.
He's
I
a
think the big
baby that's 50.
Yeah, well, at 70, he's like a 6-year-old that can do maths, so he's off at some other Jedi Academy.
Oh, there's another one now. There's multiple Jedi Academy.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
why
yeah.
didn't-
There
so
is.
Why didn't when the new order took over? Why didn't the other Jedi Academy step in and do something? The other one, the other Jedi Academy. Why didn't they do anything?
That's a pretty solid defense. I'll give you that one.
Why didn't they like show up when the new order was just like, I don't know, blowing up planets and shit? Like
Because it was probably just Grogu and a bunch of
they were just
young-
like, we're just the other Jedi. Like we don't do that. Like, whatever, guys, blowing up planets. You guys are silly. We're the other Jedi Academy that doesn't intervene in anything, that we're like murdering lots of people. We don't.
essentially, I think that part of George Lucas's magic was creating fantastic characters that people wanted to be involved in, and Filoni and Favreau have continued that legacy.
Look at this. Look at it this way. Let's say at the end of this season, so let's say not Mace Windu shows up, not Ezra, not anybody, even though they've already cast Ezra, by the way. So they already have an actor that's going to play Ezra. But
yeah, he'll be in at least 3 of the live action series coming up.
what is making that noise over here? Something is beeping. I don't know. Something just beeped super loud. All right. But so let's say not Mace Windu, which was my choice, because it's already a character that already exists. We know there's an actor, there's this blah, blah, blah. There's no real finality to his storyline. This could be a finality to the storyline. Regardless of that, let's say Ashoka shows up to help at the end, right? Like, I thought about it, I changed my mind, which would be sort of her character, like, right? Like, kind of flighty, kind of just does whatever wacky stuff from time to time, makes wacky choices.
I would
decisions.
consider that a conflict of interest for Ahsoka because of her relationship with Luke's father. I think she would. No, hang on. That's no relevance. Ignore what I just said.
I don't think that's relevant at this point. But like, if she was to show up at the end, like never mind. I came to come. I thought about it. I came to come help or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
Like, and they end up going off on some kind of wild adventure, and she ends up dropping off Grogu somewhere or whatever. Like, leave it as a cliffhanger that like they survive, but who knows what happens in season 3. Okay. Right. That's cool. But
just done that.
That would at least leave some mystery as to what happened to Grogu. Where did they go? Maybe they were just too far away and could never come help for the New Order. Maybe they went to a planet that was, like maybe they went to Yoda's planet where there's no ships ever land there or come by or visit the planet. And you have to like specifically go to that goofy planet, and no one ever goes to that planet. So maybe they knew all the weird New Order stuff was happening or whatever, but there's nothing they could do. They couldn't leave the planet or something. I don't know. But right now, it's like Grogu was just sentenced to death because he went with Luke, and the story is they all die. Like,
I'm still struggling with that theory that Grogu's sentenced to death just because he's gone with Luke.
That's what happened in the story.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't
We
earnestly
do know.
Grogu's fate.
Okay, look, let's say Grogu, like as S says, not gonna lie, baby Grogu might be able to defend himself from Ben Solo. Okay, let's say he does. Do you think Palpatine and Kylo Ren would just allow Grogu to continue wandering around doing lightsaber stuff as a baby or whatever, and focus on what's her name, the chick,
Right.
Luke
Right.
Skywalker part 2 Electric Boogaloo, whatever her name is. I can't remember her name now. Her name's not Rey.
Right,
So like
yeah.
would they be chasing Rey all over the place if Grogu was alive?
That's
Why would they be chasing her around? Some no-name
It's such a
some
long
no-name
timeline
person who has
between
like basically no grasp on her powers at all. But they wouldn't do anything about Grogu. Like they would just be like, well, there's this like Jedi green guy, and he's like top of his power game. Like Kylo Ren couldn't even kill him, But we're just gonna let that be. Don't worry about that. We're gonna chase around this gal from over here who has like no power whatsoever, but she'll eventually defeat us because she has a psychic link to Kylo Ren for no apparent reason, because she's actually not really from anywhere. She's just from a planet. And
I thought they described the reason why they have a link, a force link.
she's the child of the clone of Palpatine.
Child of the clone of Palpatine.
well, there you go. Doesn't that make a whole lot of sense? So where's Grogu during the new order then?
He's off training other bloody kids somewhere.
Oh, he's at the other Jedi Temple Training Center where the children train the children. Or he's dead.
Yeah.
So he basically only lives 70 years of what's a potential like 900-year life. So he's just basically a murdered child.
Well, at
You have to be
least
reminded
he.
that even heroes can die. I think it's time.
What's that?
Sorry, I've had another Star Wars expert show up.
Yeah, that's good.
Doesn't want to appear on camera, but yeah,
That's
we
fine.
like he just said. I don't know if it came across a microphone, but we do have to accept that sometimes the heroes do die.
Yeah, but not Luke. Luke just always comes back and just creates this weird ending where everyone can just, I don't know, touch themselves and cry. It's just bizarre to me. It's bizarre.
Oh, I'm so in love with your cynicism right now. That's great.
It's total crap, man. It's just garbage. It's just garbage, dude. And the funny thing is that it's like, it's probably 70-30. Like 70% of people are like so excited that Luke showed up, and I'm like, and this 30% of people are like, oh, this is just not good. So
This is bad for Grogu.
I mean, you just sentence the guy that you really like to death because he's gonna die, because there's no explanation that he would continue to live on.
That's 50
Because
years.
if he becomes powerful like
We're talking
Yoda or Yaddle or whoever, what?
A fairly substantial timeline between when
20 years. He's 20.
Yeah.
Luke
Ben
and
Solo
Ben
is 20 years old.
Galaxy for years before things go bad.
Mm.
So they could take.
You
them
really
somewhere
should put
else.
your chair over here and do it, because I'm really going to have to go for a wee soon. I'm gonna bring Brett in as well, because Brett's my very close friend who is also a Star Wars nerd like us. Hi.
Good.
This is Corvus or Joel.
Hi.
And
Hey.
this is all the fish people that have sat around and tolerated us talking about Star Wars for this long.
They're trying to defend Luke coming in, and I'm not.
The
I'm
chat
not at all.
is. I haven't been watching the chat, so I'll have
Most
to.
of the chat is. Fishy wants after this stream, I hate Star Wars now.
I feel like a voice of one so far, but I think we've seen the clone of Luke, not the real Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, I've seen some people have saying it's the clone of Luke, but I think at the same time, like if it's the clone of Luke, then Grogu ends up just going to the dark side, basically. I mean, that's kind of like the only explanation.
I really hope that this is the plot that we're looking at, because yes, he's in a big risk zone if he's been dragged off by an evil clone of Luke. I think that's going to make a great story to whatever comes from that, rather than, oh, yeah, it's just Luke and he saved the day, which sounds like, you know, a certain amount of fans think that's a bit naff of an outcome for Grogu.
Well, I think the unfortunate part is that, like, I don't think it's necessarily the clone of Luke from the standpoint that the whole ending was pretty much just fan service. Like, it was just, we put this in to get all of these fans that have been hoping to have Luke show up and kick ass and kill a bunch of stuff without having to kill anything real, because the Dark Troopers had no human element to them. They were just strictly robots this time, right? And
Iron Man in space.
Which is kind of weird that they would make that jump in the timeline of those characters, right? But either way, like, if, you know, from what my understanding is that they pretty much just put it in as a fan service element. And if it is the clone of Luke and the evil clone of Luke, then you have to, like, really explain, you know, like, how his lightsaber was recovered with his hand. And then you have to explain how. Well, then you have to explain how his lightsaber ended up at what's her name's castle, right? In the chest in the basement for Rey to find. Yes. Only like 20 years from right now.
Well, it's been hinted at in the latest Star Wars comics.
Right. But it's like, but how does it end up in the basement is basically just like somebody managed to catch it from the gas planet, you know, where you're like,
yeah. Well, because everything gets sorted. The whole infrastructure of what slips down in that Bespin city has a way of sorting all detritus to go where it needs to go. And so Ugnaughts probably passed it on to someone. Anyway, in Legends, they find his hand. That's how the evil clone Luke gets created in Legends. So I'm going to guess if we're looking at a clone, that's probably what's happened.
Right. So I think from my understanding that, like, Filoni and Jon Favreau are trying to not do anything from Legends. I think that is part of the contract with, like, Disney and all that weird.
I've heard exactly the opposite. They've just announced Mara Jade.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. All right,
so
I'll have to look into it tomorrow.
Doing exactly the opposite.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if we're going like full Legends, then I guess anything could happen. They could just conjure up whatever. Like,
be very, very careful.
I guess Luke's gonna get married and have kids then, because that happens in Legends books.
Well, but her first major role was to kill Luke Skywalker, but she didn't realize at first that it was her destiny to kill the clone of Luke Skywalker, and then she falls in love with the real Luke Skywalker.
Right.
So they're bringing her back.
But then that's also the problem is that, like, you have made movie 7, 8, and 9. So if they just don't connect at all.
Well, we never expected Han Solo to actually stay with Leia, did we? And so there's no expectation that because they get together and make a child that they're going to die together. We know that he dies alone because he goes and sulks.
But then there'd be Luke Skywalker's child out there. But then there'd be Luke Skywalker's child out there that just does nothing.
Of course. So that when we go into the post-episode 9 world that we know they're going to make, because Squadrons is apparently going to happen there, then Rey's got a young Force sensitive to take into the new Jedi Order, I guess we're looking at.
I mean, I suppose so. I mean, it feels like a big reach. Like, if you're just going to mix all the Legends and the canon and all that stuff together. But I mean, I'm sure that it's possible, you know, I mean, it is a possible element that's better than just Luke showing up. So I'll agree to that.
No, I'm prepared to be shown to be wrong about Luke being a clone, but I think it'll be the more interesting outcome of the storyline.
I mean, it definitely, I'm definitely more interested in that than the current timeline, because if you're going with the current timeline, well, because right now, like, what we know from episode 3, or the Boba Fett, what is it, chapter 3, or just the book of Boba Fett or whatever
Right.
What are they titling it? Yeah,
Yeah,
the Book of Boba Fett. Right, and then we're supposed to also get season 3 of Mandalorian. So like it looks like Mandalorian he's going to go somewhere. He's going to have the dark saber. He's going to have to be dealing with Bo-Katan and all that, and they're probably going to go off that way. Then Boba Fett apparently becomes the king of the underworld, basically.
Yes,
and so he's going to go on all of that adventure. But the reality is, like, if Grogu was with actual Luke, right, then he's been sentenced to death. And if they're going to follow up on any of the following movies, right, so if we do follow up, and let's say that it is okay, so let's say it's the clone of Luke. The clone of Luke is murdered by the gal that married Luke. I don't remember the name of her or whatever. And all that happens. They have a kid. They split up, and Luke just ends up on a planet. And then movie 7, 8, and 9 happens. But this whole time, supposedly Grogu's just alive and like doesn't come into play at all. Isn't mentioned at all. Never comes up. Like Palpatine doesn't care. Snoke doesn't care. Like I think Kylo Ren doesn't care. Like no one cares about Grogu this whole time, but he supposedly exists, right? And is known about because he's been at somewhere.
Maybe like Nola Jane says that Mando rescues Grogu before the shit goes down.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see Mando drag Grogu back into his life because something isn't right with where he's left him.
Yeah,
that's. Certainly if it's a clone, he's going to find out and obviously want to go and fix that. But it'll be something. You're right. We can't just expect that Grogu is going to have a happy life going into the movies that we know he's not mentioned in. So there's going to be some big storyline happening way before that for him.
I mean, I feel like there's a strong possibility for that, but I also feel like season 1 and season 2 of Mandalorian have like really dropped the ball in a lot of spots. And a lot of spots in like the storytelling. And so I know you weren't here earlier and you weren't necessarily here for like the other times we've been talking about stuff with a lot of the plot holes. But like some of the plot holes that make no sense to me is that like Din Djarin is a dedicated person of the Children of the Watch. So he's not from Death Watch, but he's the Children of the Watch, the crazy weirdos that have gone off after the splitting of Mandalore, right?
Yes,
they're the cult. He's a cult member. He's a foundling. He's like done all this stuff. He's been battling his whole life, and somehow none of the Mandalorians have ever told them about the past history of fighting against and with the Jedi on different occasions. Like they're all about telling stories. He's like 30 years old at least, right?
Yes,
I mean. Let's just say he's younger than the actual actor and that he's like 30, 35, right?
I think he's in his mid-30s, the character.
Yeah. And so like after 30-something years, like no one has ever mentioned to him ever that the Jedi blew up the Death Star. But yet at the beginning of season 2, he goes and meets the sheriff who's wearing Mandalorian armor. And he's immediately like, you better take that off. But then he tells him the story about how, well, this town was taken over right after how the Death Star was blown up, and he shows him a hologram of the Death Star blowing up, and he goes, well, and then the Empire wasn't here anymore, so then we got taken over by the miners, and then I got run out of town, and then I got this armor from the
got off the Jawas.
From the Jawas, and then I came back, and then I just killed all the miners. I just murdered them all. I ran them out of town, and then I blew them all up on their way out of town. And then I've just been here kicking ass ever since, and blah, 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 right? But then the whole time, like, Din Djarin's just like, all right, is there like a thing blew up or something? Like, what do you mean? Like Death Star? What do you mean like a Death Star? What are you talking about? Like, no, he just stands there like, yep, I know all about that.
Wouldn't the
but Jedi? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like the dude who blew it up.
I think the propaganda would have been that the rebels destroyed the Death Star, not the Jedi.
The
Yeah, that's
the
a good point.
rebels had Princess Leia as their spokesperson.
Not many people were using the word Jedi, for that Imperial generation.
Yeah.
Well, I believe so, but the rebels had Princess Leia as their spokesperson who was coordinating everybody. At the very least, she would have been like, hey, my brother has like magic powers and a lightsaber sword. And he was really integral to us being able to defeat the Empire.
But,
I don't know what we're going to call him.
about her genealogy until First Order is almost ready to take over. That's why there is yet another split in the New Republic. They go into another separatist crisis, and they shun Leia from politics because they find out that she was the daughter of Darth Vader. But the galaxy didn't understand that until, a whole nother generation later.
Hence why she became the resistance instead of the rebellion. Yeah.
Yes. Because she got literally kicked out of New Republic government when they found out. And it all came to light because of what Ben Solo did.
Yes, this is much, much later, though.
Yes, much later. So, the galaxy only think of her
30 years,
that's
to that 30 years from there. And like right now in the Mandalorian timeline, in the beginning of season 2, it's basically 5 years after the Death Star is blown up.
Yes.
Like by that point in time, it should be known there's a super hot Princess Leia because she is super hot. I mean, obviously she did a lot of drugs and got older and it kind of faded with time, and that's fine. But at the time, we're talking super hot smoke show Princess Leia and her brother defeated the evil guys with magic, right? Like that's not like some simple thing. And also they also had a weapon that blew up Alderaan and all of the people died, which is well known by the people, which is clear at the beginning of this last episode, right? When they jump on this plane or they jump on the shuttle, they take over the shuttle like pirates, and the pilot of that ship is like, yeah, we blew up Alderaan and I'm going to shoot the doctor right now. Hold on, let me shoot my co-pilot. And then now I'll shoot the doctor if you guys try to take me. And it's like, well, what? We're just going to shoot you. But clearly it's well known that Alderaan was blown up. It's clear that the Death Star was operational, right? Like in this world, that some stupid pilot guy knows about it and is just trash talking the people who have taken over the ship and is clearly going to murder him, right? That's all he knows is murdering. So it's like, it should be pretty well known that the Jedi exist, whereas Din Djarin the whole time is like, I just need to get Beskar armor, and clearly that's the only thing I know. I'm gonna punch everybody and I'm gonna kill everybody until I get Beskar armor. But there is this very serious book of codes that I need to follow like all the time, and yet no one has ever mentioned Jedi this whole time.
Well, I think that's the key point, is that he has his blinkers on. He only, he's got a very narrow world view. Only sees.
He would have a narrow world view of the history of Mandalore.
But I think that the words that are used after the fall of the Jedi Order stop talking about the Jedi so much that the average person across the galaxy forgets that the Order was so important, and it's all just becomes about rebels and Imperials.
Well, not for the Mandalorians, not for the Children of the Watch. They won't even take their damn helmets off. They're so entrenched in the history of their people, right? Like,
no, well, but I think it's a product of the diaspora. They've lost touch with their culture because of the diaspora, and so they've clutched onto a certain amount of knowledge, but not enough to have
Jango Fett
a wider aspect.
Well, it's like Jango Fett was killed by Tor Vizsla, right?
No.
Isn't that right?
Mace Windu. You said that.
Jango was, but who was killed by Tor Vizsla then?
Who? Which Vizsla?
So it's like Tor Vizsla. So, what's
his name?
Vizsla? Maester Reel or whatever, right? Isn't that what's his name?
The one that Jon Favreau played the voice of.
No, hold on. It's the. So Jango Fett was a foundling to what's his name? Maester Reel or what's his name? Jasker Reel.
I don't think
Jester
they
Mariel.
brought that name. I don't think they brought that name into canon yet.
Isn't it Jester Mariel? Is like the guy
That's
who
Legends.
is that Legends?
There's hinting at that is going to be what we find out about Django now, but I don't think that canon has ever mentioned Juster's name. That was the original name of Boba Fett when the fans were crying out for who is this Boba Fett. So in Legends, that name has grown over many different sort of stories and eventually became the person who took on Django as a foundling. And now we've only just recently found out that, in fact, Django was a foundling, even though other Mandalorians say, no, he's not a Mandalorian.
Right, but that's because like the traditional Mandalorians aren't they don't consider foundlings to be like pure blood or whatever. It's like that whole weird dynamic, right?
Racists.
But it's Death Watch who set up the whole foundling thing, and then it's certain groups of Death Watch who are just surviving by themselves who are now being called Children of the Watch. It's not that they're actually different than Death Watch. They've just been separated in the Outer Rim for so long they've forgotten the rest of their culture.
Well, they're just like the following generations.
Yeah.
Why they're called the Children of the Watch, because you're the children of the Death Watch, like heading.
Favreau plays the character who is a Vizsla. He is a direct relation, maybe the son or the grandson, probably the grandson of Pre Vizsla.
Right.
So he's the big armored guy who assumes goes down in Navarro when most of them get taken down somehow. So we now see Mandalorians who are seemingly indestructible no matter how many stormtroopers are rushing at them. And yet, I don't know, 10 to 20 of them got taken out in one go in Mandalore, Navarro.
I mean, the whole thing just seemingly makes no sense. It's like as soon as you get Beskar armor, you just run at people that are shooting you. I mean, there's literally the scene. Okay, there's literally the scene where they go to take over the base that has the cloning going on in it, right?
Yeah, the siege.
The siege. They take the fish guy with them.
Mithron.
Yeah, he's an American comedian actor who just basically has no reason to be in the show. Yes. So they take him.
They picked 5 different people from that same show, haven't they, to play like Pelimotto?
Yes, it's goofy. But it's because a lot of the actors just live nearby, I think. But anyhow, so they take him because no one seems to know how to drive a speeder except for him. They have him chauffeur him up to the door. No one seems to know how to open the door, but they're going to cut the door open with a torch, right? That's only used for plumbing. That's like the joke. It's only used for light plumbing.
Yeah.
Which is a door that blocks a lava flow, which we find out right after that. Right?
Damn, that plumbing needs some high heat.
So this door blocks a lava flow that comes through here that's going to destroy the speeder, so they have to go inside, and then they're going to take over this place. But he just opens the door with a little torch, even though a whole flow of lava comes up against this door on a regular basis. They go in. They inexplicably are, oh, my God, we're overrun by stormtroopers. And then Din Djarin just, like, runs straight at them while they shoot him. And then he just throws a charge out there and it just blows them all up. But he just gets shot over and over and over again. And they're like, yeah, that's just what happens. Like, you know, to me, I'm like, I don't know if people have actually thought out like what the line is with like what's going to happen. And, you know, it irritates me from the standpoint of knowing like how much money goes into the production and how much availability that they actively have to like formulate a really good plan, and yet they just throw Luke in at the end, like, yeah, Luke just kills all the dark troopers, and then that's it. There's the end now. That's it. Okay.
I'll bet you they knew they were going to pull in Mark Hamill when they started writing season 1. They wouldn't have made a decision to involve Mark Hamill without letting him know immediately. So I bet you that they've had this plan boiling away the whole time.
No, well, they did because they brought in Mark Hamill to do he voiced something
Well, whatever he did, he got his name up there with the few people each episode who get named. So yeah, you know, the world knows that he was involved with the project. So he would have been brought in a long time ago. They wouldn't have just last minute decided, oh, let's pull in Luke.
Right. Well, the thing is that like people have a tendency to like, because I'm critical of like what's going on, they think like I don't like the show, and like of course I'm going to continue to watch the show to see where it goes. Like, and
we
I'm very
know
interested.
you love the show, Jolie.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. You know, but that's the thing is that like I'm like, well, if these are the characters, and you know, it's like, yeah, like Not Nola says, sometimes you just have to go with the flow and suspend your disbelief. But it's like,
yes,
you can't suspend your disbelief when none of the stuff that's happening makes any sense. You know, like.
Yeah,
Take an extra minute to write the scene and like run through the blocking and run through the lines and then rewatch it and go like, why would these people be doing this? Like, people don't do this. Like, this isn't how people act like in a normal situation. Like this, it wouldn't be their response. But like as far as the storyline goes, like, you know that Jon Favreau is a very talented guy. There's no question that he's going to continue to be talented and they're going to continue moving forward. It's pretty clear the reason that they brought in 6 directors was so that they could do 6 different shows and then just give each director their own whole series. And, you know, like you go do Rogue Squadrons, you go do Boba Fett, you go do, you know, like, so it's pretty clear that like that's their plan all along. I'm just interested where the Mandalorian's going to go, and the ending doesn't make any sense to me as far as the storyline goes, because if it is Luke, that means everybody dies. If it isn't, then you're pretty much just going to retcon
to put whatever storytelling is going to come up with a result. You're right. It can't just be.
The big issue that I have is that you're going to retcon 7, 8, and 9. Like those 3 movies will essentially make 0 sense.
We can call it retconning, but we all need a lot of answers to make sense of how we arrive at 7. So I always wanted just some sort of storytelling in here to shed light on who is Snoke. Where did they drag him from? What went wrong with him? You know, big questions like that. I'm hoping that all these tie-in series are going to have big answers for. So where is Mando going? I don't know, but it's certainly tying in with the spin-offs that we know are going to drag in some other big question marks through Ahsoka's world. Where's Sabine? Right. Where's Ezra? What's Thrawn doing? Because we know that Thrawn is going to be out there behind whatever's going on.
Right. Like, you have to introduce Thrawn at some point because they already brought him up.
So I think Mando's going into all that world.
I think ultimately for me is that an easier ending that would have made more sense as far as the story goes without having to go to these like outlandish explanations of like what is happening would be to tie in, I don't know, one of the other characters that you've been introduced to throughout season 1 and season 2, as opposed to just bringing in Luke randomly when Luke has been the focus of every single other
Star Wars,
series, episode, anything has always
it makes the most logic sense. He went to a place that it was told was going to broadcast a message that Jedi would pick up. Well, right. Luke is the prime candidate to get that message, isn't he? And we know that at this time he is adventuring around the Outer Rim.
We had such a focus on that it might be Mace Windu. I think that we were so hopeful it would be Mace. Yeah, Corvus.
I mean, I was literally hopeful that it would be anybody but Luke, because that would actually explain. Well, here's the thing: is that like the New Order comes to be in like a 20-year period, right? And it's never really explained that the New Order, like, they don't occupy the entire universe or the entire galaxy or anything. They're just around doing stuff, trying to take over. And there's like battles here and there's battles there and there's whatever, right? There's even though the New Order has grown in power, they haven't just taken over the whole everything, right? And at
No.
the very least, if you brought in, I mean, you could bring in Steve. I don't care who the character is. It's literally
Bloody
just
Steve
some
again.
other, like just some other Jedi. Like it could just be
The Jedi.
anybody, and you just go like, oh, wait a minute, there might actually be more, elements to the fact that this is a whole entire wild galaxy. It's not just Luke Skywalker's brain where he's having dreams. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Why couldn't Luke send a deputy off to get Grogu?
Well, it's like it shades to me the elements of like the cop out to the end of Game of Thrones, where it's like Arya Stark just like can jump super far and it kills the King of the North, right? Like
What, she wasn't a Jedi?
not the King of the North, the Ice King, right? She's just like, I stabbed him with the dagger, now he's dead now, and that's okay. There's no more walkers. Like it's so good now. Like what? How? Huh? Like why did you just? It's the same kind of thing. Like there's an incredibly tense situation that just gets resolved like that. Like all 40 or however many dark troopers are there, they're all just dispatched. And like Moff Gideon tried to shoot somebody, but that didn't work, and that's the end of the episode. Bye bye.
I still say it's all a ruse. We've all been played, and because it's an evil clone of Luke that's done this.
I mean, I appreciate. I appreciate that idea of what's going on. I mean, I just feel like, to me, the whole idea of being on the outer planets and all this stuff is the idea of that, like, maybe the galaxy is a little bit more than just these
Skywalker kids.
Yeah, just the Skywalker, like,
Who came from the outer rim.
the whole entire everything universe, it revolves around these two dinguses that, like, like, screw all these billions and billions and billions and billions of other creatures and planets and stars and all that stuff. It's just these two people, like, hey man, as long as Luke and Leia can figure it out, then the whole universe will be okay. Like, I don't know.
Have you been reading any of the new Thrawn novels?
No, I haven't.
So there is an enormous new storyline coming that I'm assuming is going to replace the Legends Yuzon Vong overrunning of the galaxy. And this new species who are at war with the Chiss Ascendancy, which is Thrawn's empire, the Grisk, although I don't know what the pronunciation really is. Anyway, they as yet only exist in the Thrawn novels, but it's being set up that they're going to become a major feature. I'm thinking they're going to be introduced to us in the live action world in these TV series, Ahsoka or Mando, in what's to come.
Well, what would have, like, almost even, like, so here's a different ending that was one of the things that I was thinking about, was if the end of this last episode was, what if Thrawn showed up? And that's the reason that the Dark Troopers left, because Thrawn is much higher up than Moff Gideon is. Or maybe Thrawn somehow has managed to maintain a much more powerful stance than Moff Gideon. And it's Thrawn that showed up, and Thrawn actually wants to get engaged with this, and that's why the Dark Troopers turn around and just leave and go to Thrawn's ship or something. I don't know. But, like, just the whole, like, Luke shows up, like, I'm just extremely dissatisfied. And I do like the idea that it is, like, his clone. And, they've been alluding to a lot of the cloning stuff, right, throughout.
I think there were massive hints in the episode. Huge hints.
Was Luke's clone evil?
Yeah.
Was he dark side?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was the new apprentice to the Emperor.
So he could quite easily come in to that scene and pretend that he was normal Luke and get away with it.
Absolutely. I would suggest you go back and watch the performance of whoever played what we're calling Luke. And
it was actually Mark Hamill.
I believe that
it was actually Mark Hamill.
Not 1 second of empathy to any single character that he was facing in that scene. And the only empathy that connected with Grogu to finally get him to step towards Luke was introducing R2-D2, who we all know is the greatest empathy in the galaxy.
That's true.
But
And
probably
the
not R2D2.
the fact that R2 and Grogu had probably met before in the Jedi
yeah.
Academy.
Right.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That's
And
the thing is that, like they had supposedly met before. Grogu is the only force sensitive other person that's there, right? And we do know, and the Dark Troopers apparently are force sensitive. I don't know, but the only person or the only creature, I don't know. There's no name for them, so whatever. Like, Grogu's the only force sensitive being there, other than Luke, whether he's the clone or not, right?
Sure.
And he, at the very least, would be able to sense, that's somebody just using the dark side of the Force, correct? Maybe, or maybe not.
Maybe.
I mean,
but if they're playing a room, surely they've thought about how they're going to pull it off.
I mean, the assumption is that he's using Force Crush, and that's supposedly the, like, harbinger to that, like, he might be this might be a bad Luke, because Force Crush isn't normally used by the Jedi, but these are dark troopers that don't have any human element to them or whatever, so it's okay to crush them. But why would he be good at it? Why would he be good at something that they're not supposed to do? So that doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's one of the hints.
So it's like, yeah, but I just almost feel like, Grogu at the very least would be like, no, I'm not going with this guy. This is not the right guy. This isn't the guy that I know from before. This is a different version, So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And it is interesting to think like, well, maybe it is the clone, and maybe that's what they're trying to do. So that could be a fun storyline.
Something that disappointed me about that end scene is about all the other characters who basically stand around like
just
really
standing there.
empty statues, and yet there is an extremely good chance that Cara Dune has, if not personally, at least been in the same briefing room as Luke Skywalker.
Right. Like, you would think that at some point in time, somebody would at the very least be like, "Hey, what the fuck is going on? Like, can somebody?"
So there was absolutely no interaction between all the other characters.
Right, everyone's just standing there like,
it was all so dead.
Like, everyone's standing there like, I really respect this moment. Whereas, like, you got to think that, like, Bo-Katan would be like, the dark saber is here and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, wouldn't you at the very least just be like, oh, what the hell? I'm like, I'm gonna go into the other room so I don't have to be in here right now, and we'll figure it out in 10 minutes or something, But it's just like, I respect this very intimate moment that there's no reason for me to even know that this is an intimate moment, but I really respect it. Yes. I'm gonna
Bo-Katan was very, very focused on her inner turmoil at the time, because she'd just been, faced with that fact that she had to fight for the dark saber.
And you really got to like how Boba Fett just like shot at them a little bit and then just left and never came back. Like, was just, oh, my part of the plan is to, like, he swears basically a blood oath to get Grogu back to Din Djarin, right? And then at the end of the episode, he's like, well, my job is to escort you there, shoot at you a little bit, and then leave. So that's what I'm going to do, and then I'm just going to leave. And hopefully you guys figure it out.
I'm assuming they all were on that plan.
That's what I was saying earlier, too, about Boba Fett. He was just on point. He was on that mission. And as soon as his debt was paid, he's out of there.
Do you know that
that wasn't paid yet?
They've translated the ancient language on the back of the throne that he sits on. It says Boba Fett. So he didn't just walk in and take over. He had already set himself up in Jabba's castle. And obviously, Bib Fortuna must have thought that he was dead and then thought, oh, I'm going to slip in here if he's gone. So, yeah, Boba didn't just walk in and take over. The throne already has his name on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But it also doesn't make sense that, like, Boba Fett would go do all of this stuff, and then when it comes time, they're basically outside the frigate, right? Or the cruiser, or whatever the class of the ship is.
Light cruiser.
They
I
crash in. They crash in there, and Boba Fett just pieces out. Like, I'm sure that, like
That's how the plan had to work, surely.
they crashed in there, and I'm just gonna leave. But like he's basically sworn an oath from a guy. Depending on all of the crazy lore around Boba Fett, whichever you want to believe, that like he's a world-renowned mercenary warrior. He's been in all these battles. He's done all this stuff. He's had a death wish to kill Jedi his entire life.
I don't think he left until he knew that the baby was safe.
What's that?
I don't think he left until he knew the baby was safe.
I'm sure there was a prearranged spot. He was waiting to get word from them because we know that he travels home with Fennec. So he's met up with her at the end of whatever.
He's picked her up from somewhere.
Yeah, there's no timeline there, so it could be a couple years. Who knows? But either way, yeah,
that's true. We don't know the timeline.
Yeah. So I mean, there's it's like just to me, like I don't know. I feel like there definitely are elements of the like we made the show and that's it. We don't really have to think about it. Like we made it. Let's go and there we go.
I'm thinking exactly the opposite. I'm thinking that they have come up with really, really, really complicated plot lines for the next few years that we're just beginning to see.
I agree.
I think they're on a master plan. And we're only just beginning to see it evolve.
And we've got so many shows that are going to tie into one another,
like Jar Jar Binks.
Right? Well, it's. I think it's the Marvel universe thing. How some of the Marvel TV shows, they have like their combined episodes where,
right?
Netflix Marvel,
the Arrow universe meets with the Supergirl universe. I think they're doing that with the Star Wars stuff where.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that's fully like that's 100% their intention. Like that's what they've already said. That's why they brought Jon Favreau in. I mean, Jon Favreau is pretty much the guy. I mean, he's the guy that launched the whole, MCU. So it's like, why not get that guy? So I mean, I don't know. That's kind of the. I don't know. I mean, I like to say it's like I'm not saying that like I don't like it or whatnot, but and I know that they're going to make a million shows, but it's like I don't know. I mean, hopefully they take more time to like figure out some of the scenes so that they make more sense.
Hang on a sec. Give me a sec just to go. Big J. G'day, Big J. How are you?
It's solid. That is solid. That's a solid.
Also, now that Big J's here, I'm going to go and do a wee.
That's solid. You're going right now. All right.
No, I'm gonna keep grinning mercilessly at the camera first for a few seconds. Now I go.
It's pretty good. I mean, either way, I'm pretty overall, like I'm pretty satisfied and I'm pretty like excited to kind of see where things go. Obviously we have a wait a year to figure out wherever anything's going to go from here.
In terms of TV, yeah. But I have found since I rediscovered the Disney version of the Galaxy of Star Wars that I'm enjoying myself when I'm mixing up reading comics, reading books, seeing the TV shows, obviously, when they're coming out, the movies when they're coming out. And so I hardly ever have any gaps when I'm not thinking, there's a new book out there that I haven't read yet. And so I'm always filling in new storylines. And I think that's what's become so exciting and rewarding about Star Wars storytelling for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are so many options to go to now rather than just saying, there's that one show that I have to wait another year for and it's getting a bit droll.
Well, yeah. I mean, ultimately, like it's pretty clear that it's Disney's plan to, to continue to invest in like the Disney Plus format of having like multiple shows coming out every year so that they can keep, like a constant interest going like on a quarterly basis, or even however many months apart they're going to do it. They're going to probably stagger most things so that it's all coming out and continually going, as opposed to just having like one movie every 2.5 years or something. And that was kind of their plan with like Rogue One and the Han Solo movie. Both two examples of like a lesser production that still made money. But it's pretty clear with like Han Solo that like it's super easy to make a Star Wars product that doesn't make any sense at all. Like that movie makes no sense whatsoever as far as like everything that we know about the characters, and it's like they're trying to tell the backstory, but like you watch the Han Solo movie and you kind of realize like, oh, it's real easy to get like super sidebarred and not really make a whole lot of sense and continuity with the characters, like the fact that Chewbacca is kept in a hole in the ground and is a cannibal that eats men, and for some reason Han Solo speaks Chewbacca of all things, like Din Djarin speaks fluent Sand people and knows all about their history and their customs and what they eat. And
wasn't that a confusion from the Legends world as well? The way Chewbacca was a cannibal and stuff. I think the Solo story was told really well myself.
I think so as well. And I don't think there was any explicit reference to him actually eating anything. That he maybe tore things apart because he was in a rage and being provoked. But I never actually thought that he was a cannibal from seeing that part of the movie.
Well, a cannibal would imply that he would eat other Wookiees, yeah.
Now, I'd expect Black Chrysanthemum to probably do that.
Blackwood, yeah.
I actually liked Solo as both a character movie and a story movie.
I thought it was good too.
I don't know. There's like just so many continuity errors in that movie for me that it just like really didn't fly. Also, on top of the fact that like all of the supposedly like action-packed sequences and stuff, it's like none of these people die. They all exist in the later movies.
Sure.
Like you can't really be in that much danger. It's like Han Solo had all of his fingers and toes and eyes and
that's what I was getting to earlier about how George Lucas creates such fantastic characters that we don't care so much about whether they live or die. It's about the in-between that matters. We still want to know what they had for breakfast and what trousers they put on Thursday morning. That's how deep these characters are. We want to know more about the characters. We don't care about their finality, where they finish, where they die and stuff. We want to know what color underpants they wore last Thursday.
Right. Apparently that's like what's really important. Sort of like how Han Solo got his last name from some random guy when he signed up for the military.
Yeah, well, that comes back in later movies too, when someone calls him Solo, and he gets the shits about it because he doesn't want to be known as Solo. Where am I pulling that from? I don't know where I'm pulling it from, but he cracks the dirt
sort of good
at someone.
Explanation are you going to come up with someone being called Solo? I think a silly explanation works just as well as something that might have a little bit more logic behind it. It was just a throwaway moment. I felt it's not necessarily a throwaway moment when it's been like that's been his name forever.
It would be more of a throwaway moment that if you just went like, oh yeah, his name was always Han Solo because he's from the Solo family. But in the movie, his name is just Han, and he shows up to sign up for the military, and they go, oh, you're by yourself. I'll put you in as Han Solo. And then for the next 50 years, he goes by Han Solo.
Yeah, I think
some random guy filled out his name for when he was a pilot for the Empire, which he essentially despises, or maybe not. Who knows? Maybe he just kind of does whatever. But he goes by that name for the next 50 years.
I think
and he gives that name to his son in the later movies. So clearly the Solo thing makes
he eventually owned it.
Some importance to him, but as it turns out, it was just some random guy who signed him up for the military. Like, you know,
Because there was a moment in
Marines, and they were like, "Hey, we don't know how to spell your name, so we're just gonna here's this, run with that for the next forever, and name your kids that, and do that forever."
I don't remember the exact moment, but there was a moment in 7, 8, or 9 where I think Finn calls him Solo, and Han sort of cracks the dirts at him, and
he still named his kid Ben Solo.
Yeah. I think by the time he had a child, he had come to grips with it, but he still hadn't necessarily.
But then after the fact,
those personal demons.
But then after the fact, some random stormtrooper who has left he's a stormtrooper. He's left. Just like Han Solo did, he left the New Order. He just deserted, right? And so from his, so that's the guy where he's like making it right. He's making it right with this guy who means like nothing to him at all. Although he's been traveling for 50 years with Chewbacca, who just knows him as Han Solo. He's never corrected Chewbacca for be like, don't call me Han Solo. Like, my name's just Han. I'm just Han, like Prince. Okay. The Solo thing was just this random guy. So stop calling me that, guys. Just call me Han. Like, he's never corrected anybody up until this random stormtrooper who's deserted.
I think he just got to the point where he just owned it.
He never corrected Rey for calling him Han Solo.
Why would you? She's pretty.
He was all like totally stoked with her calling him Han Solo, but this random stormtrooper deserter guy, like,
but
you don't call me that.
To be fair, Rey
only cute girls that are like 60 years younger than me can call me that. Okay,
hear me out. Rey knew how to bypass a compressor. She could call him dog shit if she wanted to, and she'd get away with it because she knew how to bypass a compressor. God damn it!
Yeah.
But I see your point. There isn't much logic behind their reasoning for the name, as they put it in their little joke. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that he would hold on to that if that was what happened.
Exactly. Yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true that it's a nonsense name. He shouldn't have hung on to it. But
can I ask you a question? So,
Lando
Calrissian is like the best gambler in the galaxy, right?
When he cheats.
When he cheats, yes. So literally in this world of maybe not like, it's reclaimed technology supposedly in the Star Wars universe. It's like they don't have a great understanding of this technology that they have. They're sort of like a couple generations removed. Like they have like an old cell phone. Like it's still like bitching if you have sticks and rocks. Like, whoa, look at that technology. But they're like, yeah, it's never been updated. It's still like, it's my grandpa's cell phone. Like still kind of ripping, but but like he's the best gambler around. But his method of cheating is just like old timey saloon. Like I've literally got a card
up my sleeve,
like right here. Like I've got a card like right here up my sleeve. Like we know that Mando has like infrared visor in his visor and stuff because he can like see footprints that were left Like, oh, there's recently footprints here, but no one could figure out that Lando Calrissian is just like winning spaceships and stuff because I've got an extra card up here, guys. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win a whole space station.
The card games weren't the greatest dramatic moments in the galaxy. That's for sure.
Seems odd. It seems odd. It's kind of weird when like Din Djarin goes to like where they essentially cockfight and do gambling for cockfighting, right? But they're actually like sentient creatures that like carry around axes and stuff. And
Gamorrean guards.
Yeah, and they basically cockfight them there for money. And basically, the guy who basically like has all these slaves and stuff, and he seems to know a lot, and like he just thinks he's gonna get Din Djarin's Beskar armor from him by just like pointing a gun at him. Like he's just like, hey, give me all your armor now. A guy who spent your whole entire life like doing mercenary jobs so that you could get enough Beskar to make this armor. Just give it to me. And then Din Djarin just kills him, and then that's like a scene that exists like in this world of like really established like criminals that have slaves that fight for them, and it's like that's his whole plan to get like, I'm gonna get this Mandalorian's armor. You know how I'm gonna get it?
Just by talking rough at him.
I'm gonna point my gun right at him, and then he's gonna give it to me. And you're like, I guess like maybe this is the 1930s, and it's like some guys showing up with Tommy guns, and they're like, yeah, see, give me the Beskar, see, and they're like, oh, here you go. Oh, I've been taken by criminals. Shucks, it's like there's just so many weird scenes that are thrown in like that it's like, I don't know, take 5 minutes to think about it before you put that in there. I mean, like Din Djarin had a disruptor, but like his ship was blown up, and apparently now he doesn't have a disintegrator anymore. But like,
oh yeah, that's a good point. That was lost, wasn't it?
That'll be gone.
Yeah. But he's got a spear, so that plays into the storyline because he's got the Beskar spear now, and that just happens to come in handy to defeat the Dark Trooper. That one Dark Trooper he was fighting.
It doesn't disrupt things though, does it?
My understanding is that they've been pushing an incredibly intense production schedule to get this on TV, whereas they would be taking at least 5 times as long if it was a feature film. They're setting the same quality standards for themselves in so little time. Maybe we're seeing the writing suffer a little bit because they're pushing themselves a little bit too quickly.
Well, I think the whole part of the production that they're able to streamline is the shooting set, which Michael and I have talked about a few times.
Oh, he called me Michael.
Blacky. So the methodology of like how they're shooting with the cameras that they're using, the projection sets that are the projected LEDs and all that. That's what sped it up. And then their whole reasoning that they say was bringing in the 6 different directors so that, you basically shoot an episode with a director, whereas the other directors are getting prepared for the next episode. And then that's what expedites the shooting process.
Expedite the shooting production, but that's only part of what comes together. All the pre-production is really what time takes up in most production. And they've only got a tiny amount of pre-production time. If you think about the artists who have to come up with the initial designs, costume designs, set designs, yes, they've created the volume to make that great leap forward in shooting so much exciting stuff and never having to leave their fun little shed.
Right. But also at the same time, it's not like Disney doesn't have the money to go, you know what? We've looked at the scripts. We might need another month to go back and like massage these a little bit before we move forward. You know, it's not like they're like a shoestring budget trying to throw it together, and the schedules are, well, we've scheduled the sound stage. You know, they own the sound stage outright, so it's not like, well, we're gonna get bumped off the schedule, guys. We just better make it.
Gotta rent it for 2 weeks.
And you know,
And
the
g'day,
reality is,
mate.
like,
I think they just wanna
from the
run out
fans
season
from the
as soon as possible.
well, the thing is, like, from the fan standpoint, like, we would never know if it came out in January instead of December, or we would never know. They would just go like, it comes out in January, and we go, oh, it's coming out, you know, like we'd just be stoked for it. So I mean, it's just that kind of stuff that just slightly makes me worried that everything's going to get all super wonky and not make a whole lot of sense. And, you know, the average person, the thing is, like, the average person doesn't care. Like, I get it. Like, the average viewer just doesn't, like, oh, that thing blew up. You know, it's like, well, why did it make sound in space? What the hell? Like, it wouldn't make sound in space. But I love the sound of the depth charge, right? When it goes blang, you know, I'm like, oh, dude, that's awesome. But it still wouldn't make any sound. There's no air molecules in space in order for sound to reverberate off of and make a sound, you know? So, like, that kind of stuff, like, I understand you have to take liberties for the excitement of making the TV show or a movie or anything like that. You have to have theatrics in order for it to entertain. But the storylines suddenly start getting all divergent and weird and not making a whole lot of sense. That stuff bugs me just as a person, like, all the time. So that's the thing that really concerns me with, like, Luke just showing up at the end. It's like this weird little tidy ending that most people just go, oh, Luke, you know, and I guess that's exciting. But what happens now with the next episodes, and how much further and further do they start getting away from making any sense from what we all know about this giant galaxy that exists? And apparently, no matter what happens in this galaxy, it's reliant on this one humanoid existing, or just all the threads fall apart. So it just
Sorry about that.
But even though I am on holiday tomorrow, I do have to go to bed. So
Right.
Fucking bed. What kind of softy are you?
Well, happy holiday.
I mean, it's 11:10 p.m. here, and I've been up since 3 a.m.
Take a snapshot of 11:11.
It's 11:11.
Well, you might call it 11:11, but I call it 1T1T1T1T.
As was like, somebody was asking, "Hey, what's your password?" 1111111. Like, no, that's not right. It's 11 1 11 1 1.
No, that's not even right. It's 11 1T1 11
Right.
1T1.
1T1. Okay, got it.
Right. Write it down and tell everyone.
Hey, that's
And I'll change my passwords as we speak.
the password on my that's a password on my suitcase. All right, buddy.
Corvus, thank you. Good stream.
Love you much.
I think we scared most people away with the Star Wars chat. The last 14 people are our favorite viewers who enjoy their Star Wars. And yeah,
arguing.
Well, that's why people tune in, isn't it?
Oh, we get plenty of dislikes, so it's all gravy.
Fuck, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't for the dislikes.
That's how we get interaction.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think I've got cancer.
It's colic.
Colic. All right, thanks everyone. Go and find someone else to watch streaming. Vinoxky, hello, you turned up too late as usual. We're just finishing. You missed all the Star Wars chat. Go back and watch the replay. I think I've messed up my throat making that noise that I just made. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Take it easy. Have a good. Well, that's right. We're just before Christmas, aren't we? So I have to say, like, Happy Hanukkah and what's the Jamaican one?
I don't know, but George's father's one is Festivus.
Festivus. We'll go that one as well. There's on someone will put it in the chat in no time at all. But anyway, happy bloody next few days. Happy bloody next few days to all of you people. Behave yourselves. Love some people. Put your love out there. Give some people some love. Because apparently that's what this time of year is all about. A bit of love for those ones that you love and stuff. Merry Fishmas to everyone. Thank you, Fishymon, for that idea that went into my mind. Have a good time and come back next Wednesday for the birthday stream because it'll probably be a little bit crazier. We might even do it naked, but we probably won't. Just ideas. Thanks, everyone. See you next time.